and the lush green expanses they were to know. It was a secret, kept guarded from prying eyes. Come to Hanford, my boy, with victory and great too as the prize. So they came from all corners of the country, without a need for reason of their chore. After all, it was for the good of their country, and the means to end the war. With dust a-flaring and heat a-blaring, they toiled under the desert sun. Each day the community grew, until the newspapers cried they'd won. Then as quick as the winds and the tumbleweeds blew, the town and the workers were gone. For the job was done, at least for the moment, and it was time to settle or move on. The barracks, the bunkers, the trailers, the lines, nothing was left but the dust. Yet on any clear night, as the wind blows, listen, for you may hear it call, Hanford or bust.
The cherry blossoms had fallen earlier in the month, and talk of this year's harvest filled the small town. Pop English's drugstore was a welcome stop for the area children, happily purchasing a bottle of orange crush before making their way home for evening chores. Orchards stretched to the Columbia River, and the chalk-white cliffs signaled to travelers that home was nearby. It was as if Norman Rockwell himself had used the small town of White Bluffs for his inspiration of Americana. But the future of White Bluffs and its neighboring town of Hanford was far from serene. It was March 1943, and 1,500 landowners found their lives turned upside down as letters of condemnation ordered them to evacuate their homes, no questions asked. Their Eastern Washington utopia was needed for a top-secret government project essential to the war effort. Residents of White Bluffs, Hanford, the town of Richland, and even a tribe of Wanapum Indians were evicted in the name of the Manhattan Project. Most residents had 30 days, some as few as 2, to pack up their households and find other accommodations beyond the boundaries of the newly established Hanford Works Project. At first, many residents fought back, refusing to leave the land they had worked so hard to develop. But in the end, only the tumbleweeds were allowed to remain. It was only months earlier that a small group of men, led by Lieutenant Colonel Franklin Matthias, had surveyed the area and found it suitable as a place to support the construction and operation of a plutonium processing plant, the substance needed in the assembly of a nuclear bomb. It was the abundance of water, the vast open spaces, and the availability of inexpensive energy that attracted the men from the Manhattan Project. Colonel Matthias was chosen to oversee the Hanford Works Project, an endeavor that would turn the tiny town of Hanford into a camp that would soon accommodate more than 50,000 people.
They came for the water, they came for the land, they came for my home on which it would stand. It was for the war effort, or so they would say. No choice could be made, they would not let us stay. The bulldozers came, the crops went down. Barely a memory was left in Hanford town. No time for regret. Now lift up your chin, for it's the war we go, boy, and the war we will win.
It was determined that a temporary camp was all that was needed. The only permanent structures were to be the processing and production plants. Barracks were built for the men and women who streamed into Hanford with promises of high-paying wages. They were segregated by gender and race, with the women's camp under 24-hour guard. Smitten couples were reduced to holding hands between the fences. Those lucky enough to bring their home in tow or to rent one of the few government trailers available, found cozy, or to most, cramped accommodations at the Hanford Trailer Park.
And apparently it was started actually before the people in the Hanford town site even knew what was happening. There were survey work and things going on. I imagine there was some pretty interesting speculation at that point what was happening.
But little did we ever know or realize what we were at the beginning of. Had no idea. Well, we knew those people were leaving. Yes, we did. Because there were some houses where the people had already gone. And like I said, their chickens were running in the front yard. There were kids' tricycles and wagons in the front yard, and the houses were empty.
But the amazing thing to me is between the construction camp, or for the workers, both the single, male and female, and the families, they created this 51,000 person city with essentially all the services you need to keep that many people reasonably healthy and comfortable, in a wartime situation.
So you saw every kind of trailer you could think of. In those days, trailers were built like for recreation purposes, and somebody got onto this construction whatever and epidemic and started building trailers that people bought and moved out here.
Some of them were manufactured trailers, and some of them were homemade trailers, because a lot of people, everybody wanted their family there, and that was the only way they could have their family there because they were just building Richland, and so there wasn't any housing there at that time.
These tiny trailers provided the only equivalent of normal family life in the construction camp. Families who lived in the trailers had the reputation of being the most stable in camp. Other camp occupants seemed to line up for their final paycheck every time the wind blew. The conditions were demoralizing: scorching heat, blowing dust, and long and arduous work hours. But the workers knew they were there for a purpose. It was a project to help win the war, even though only a tiny select few knew what they were actually building at this top-secret government project. The Hanford camp was a place kept so secret that even the amount of beer consumed by its residents couldn't be disclosed for security reasons. Speculations abound, as most deduced it was a poisonous gas plant, or perhaps a sandpaper factory, since it seemed sand was in abundance.
One thing that we all had in common at Hanford, it was drilled into us from day one, was security.
Oh, yeah.
And everywhere you turned, they'd have different logos and signs. And we didn't know what was going on, but we were warned not to talk about it. If anybody asks you, what do you do at Hanford? Well, I don't know, I just work.
Nobody knew what to say anyway, because it was so hush.
No one
Nobody
knew.
It was just such a different thing. Of course, I'd come from Tacoma, and it's crowded in Tacoma, but then there was streets and sidewalks and everything, and there wasn't in Hanford. They had some boardwalks down, like in front of the stores, but there wasn't sidewalks. And the buses ran all the time. The buses kind of ran in a circle all the time, and the trailer camp was on one side, the barracks were over on the other side, and then sort of in between was where the commissary was. Well, we all wondered what we were doing, but we were told by the government, this is for the good of the country, and we were all for the good of the country, and so we were willing to do it.
The trailer park itself was set up as a fully functional city. At its peak, it boasted more than 13,000 residents. Each camper was provided a 40-foot by 40-foot or, depending upon location, a 25-foot by 40-foot lot. Each lot was equipped with a water faucet, a wooden canopy to help curb the heat, a sewer line to dispose of wastewater, and one electrical connection. A modern bathhouse containing men's and women's sections was available for every 30 trailers. These were equipped with lavatories, toilets, shower rooms, and a laundry room with 4 washtubs. The rooms were in constant use and became the social gathering place for residents. Since trailers were too small for entertaining, block parties were held in the laundry rooms, or electric washers served as tables for potluck dishes.
It was like living in a big walk-in closet. I converted a bedroom to a closet in my house. And I've got California closet shelves up one side for shoes and all that stuff. And I've got more room in there, I think, than we had in that trailer. I kid you not.
The social life was at the washroom. That's where the bulletin board was, and it was just the only place there was to hang out for the kids, especially. You know, my sister, that was the one thing my sister and brother both mentioned, was that they hung out at the washroom. And not to wash, it was just to hang out. There was some place that was covered, you know, that you could get in out of the wind and rain and so forth.
The trailer people, I think, adapted to life around here really easy. I'm not really sure why, but I think they did better than the other people that moved into a house right away. It was really tough on women around here. It was real hot. There wasn't air conditioning in those days. So it was generally the woman's idea to move out of town. In a lot of cases, the men were willing to put up with the misery because the money was good. But some of the life was so tough that the women, they didn't want to put up with it. And so, if you want to be married with me, we're leaving right now. So.
People came from every state in search of work. Most were unprepared for the desert conditions, for the secrecy, the lines, the heat and dust made family life far from the ordinary. A walk through the streets read like a history lesson. Streets were named for U.S. generals, including Doolittle and Eisenhower, and places and names in the news, such as Bataan and Guadalcanal. 2 grocery stores, 4 ice houses, a lumber yard, 2 automobile service stations, an electrical fix-it shop, and even a dog pound were set up to service this trailer city. A schoolhouse and gymnasium for children up to 8th grade were located in the main camp area. High school students were furnished free bus transportation to neighboring Richland. All needs were factored in, including 24-hour patrol duty, public health services, fire protection rights, surface streets, 24-hour cafeterias, and weekly entertainment. All part of the critical morale effort, as worker turnover was constant.
Well, it was interesting. And then we kept saying, well, we're not going to be here very long, and this will be fine. But it was kind of fun, really. Everybody was in the same boat.
You develop routines and that were beneficial to the family. And you were responsible to do certain things, and you just did them, and that made life easy for everybody. To give you an example of what I'm talking about is, they used to have what they called the porcelain bucket brigade, and that was a chamber pot. So none of the trailers had bathrooms, and even if they did, they had no hookup for the bathroom. They did have a hookup for your sink to take gray water, but they had nothing for sanitary. So you had to utilize the washrooms where the bathroom facilities were located. And so in the morning, you would see all the ladies headed for the wash house with this porcelain bucket to dump it and wash it out and bring it back to the trailer. Well, that was, in the early days, that was only women did that. Then finally, I don't know, somebody spotted a man doing one, and pretty soon the wives were beating on their husbands, so then it became anybody's job. And then it finally got down to us kids were doing it. And so in the morning, that was my brother and I's job too. One of us had to take the porcelain pot over and dump it and wash it out and bring it back.
Well, I suppose we had to get up early and have breakfast, because then my brother and sister took the bus to school in Richland, and it was 26 miles round trip to school in Richland, and they were both still in school. I was out of school, but they were both still in school. And of course then my mom and I would do the washing and go and do the shopping and do the standing in line bit. One of us would stand in one line or one another line, and so that we could get it done faster.
Men would line up for a city block, standing in line, to get to the drugstore, and I think we had about 20, maybe 20 seats. And it was a long
Long bar.
long bar. You call it, is that a bar?
I guess it was
about 20,
counter.
maybe more. And then they'd stand behind a seat and be 14, 15 people deep. So there were 300 people there waiting to get a dish of ice cream at one time.
A 1,000 new faces show up every day. Over half take one look, then go on their way. From 1 to 2 weeks is the average we know. The weak ones turn chicken, the strong make the dough. A transfusion of dust about twice a day drives all honest thoughts of staying away. You spend a hard day in clearing your slate. You cuss and you damn, then terminate.
Trailerites took great pride in their tiny lots. Seeds and hoses were provided to tie down the desert soil with gardens and flowers. Many adorned their lots with picket fences and rock pathways. Trailers were too small and too hot for long periods of occupancy. Residents spilled into the streets to discuss the day's events with neighbors, while carefully choosing their words, since you never know who may be listening. Children found ways to entertain themselves. Many young entrepreneurs shined shoes or sold soda pop to thirsty workers as they left their shifts.
And they did it right where the guys got off the buses and sold these cold pops just as fast as they could. We had stacks and stacks of Coke bottles empty, and they'd load them up and take them back and get more. And it was constant, almost, every day. And every day these kids were, I don't know what they charged, but it was like double what it should have been at that time, or maybe triple.
And I delivered papers into the trailers, and then I gave that up, and I took a job selling papers in the mess hall. And that was really a lucrative job, or I thought it was. I was just a kid, but newspapers in those days were only nickel a piece, and almost every worker gave me at least a dime. And a few people made a deal with me ahead of time that they said, "You always have a paper for me to sit down at the table and read while I eat. If you do that, I'll give you a quarter every day." And so I made a quarter off the paper, and a lot of those guys were really nice. They would be very careful about how they read the paper. They would carefully read it, and they would put it back together, and then on their way out, they would give it back to me, and then I'd resell it.
Food was probably one of the largest morale boosters, and food was plentiful. 8 24-hour mess halls were open for camp and construction residents. 25 million meals were served through these mess halls, with the equivalency of 50 tons of food per meal. Entertainment was always available. A movie house ran 24 hours a day, and top-name bands such as Kay Kaiser performed regularly. Entertainers were generally brought in and out of the camp at night, so they didn't get much of an idea of the kind of place they had visited and its location. A baseball field, skating rink, billiard room, dance hall, and library were available to keep the residents' minds occupied on recreation and not on the concrete structures that were rising quickly above the desert landscape.
They provided a lot of inducement to get people to come here.
Because they didn't want people to leave. Because I know my husband said that he wanted to leave a lot of times before he met me because he just got so lonesome.
They realized after they got started on construction, they were losing a lot of people, leaving again. I guess the estimate is something like 151,000 people cycled through the place. And so they realized it was a valued added expenditure to build the auditorium and build the theater, so they would have people stay long enough to finish the place.
Oh, everybody had the same thing. Everybody came from somewhere. And the first thing you always ask was kind of like everybody does today. Well, where are you from? Like, nobody was ever from here.
You had to meet people, and of course everybody else was in the same boat, because everybody else was coming from somewhere. And there's a few people that were home that grew up in the state of Washington, but not very many.
Secrecy reigned supreme. All mail and phone transmissions in and out of the camp were monitored. Supervisors stressed to workers the importance of their mission while not knowing themselves what the mission was. But the workers kept coming, the camp kept growing, and the lines never seemed to stop. By February 1945, when main construction was completed, over 250,000 people had made their way through the gates of Hanford. Most packed up and moved out of state. The workers that were to remain were relocated in the government-built town of Richland. The trailers scattered and the bulldozers returned to hide the remnants of what had been in the desert sand.
By February 22nd of 45, the camp was, I can't say abandoned, they moved everyone out. That coincided with the F reactor, which was 7 miles up the river, going critical. And they had a safety law there that nobody could live that close to an active reactor. So at that point, the construction actually was winding down, and they moved people into Richland, or people just moved on to other jobs.
By the time we left, it was getting pretty well, the camp was pretty well emptied out, and there really weren't too many trailers. We were virtually some of the very last ones there. I thought it was so big I had a boyfriend. And it was so sad that day. It was on a Sunday, and his folks pulled out before we did. I was brokenhearted. I can remember that day so well.
A short time ago, an American airplane dropped one bomb on Hiroshima and destroyed its usefulness to the enemy.
We have used it in order to shorten the agony of war, in order to save the lives of thousands and thousands of young Americans.
On August 9, 1945, Hanford's contribution to the war effort became apparent when newspapers announced the bombing of Nagasaki, Japan. Only 3 days earlier, the devastation of Hiroshima revealed the nuclear secret to the world. Reporters quickly flocked to Hanford to get a glimpse of this secret camp. But beyond the barricaded area were nothing more than a few guards, a fire protection crew, and some wandering goats that had been left behind by a trailer resident.
One of the things I have a great appreciation for out there is that you were basically looking at people who were past a draft age, so they were middle-aged, and they were doers. They really did a lot of stuff with what they had, and that, when you think about it, you can really get into that. It's really kind of a tribute to those people, what they did.
It was once that I was happy, my life was filled with cheer. I never had seen Hanford till the patrol brought me here. I heard brags about her beauty, pretty girls, and big strong men, rolling plains and majestic mountains, just heaven from end to end. The one thing that is certain, of this there is no denying, the guy that started that noise did a hell of a lot of lying. Deep in the heart of Hanford, there is sand in all we eat. Girls are all bow-legged, the boys all have flat feet. No longer are we religious, we drink, we fight, we curse. No worry about going to hell, it can't be any worse. Still, there was no one to blame but me, the patrol never forgot it. I asked for foreign duty. Believe me, I got it.
Camp Hanford itself may have vanished into history, but its mission lived on. Nuclear power was real, and Hanford became even more important to the security of our nation. Beginning in 1947, and for 11 years that followed, the U.S. government invested more than $1 billion in new construction projects at the Hanford Works project.
From 45, 46, 47, things kind of sat out there. At one of the reports I've read, they said there was a top secret report they'd given to Truman that in 1946 we didn't have enough pieces to have a functioning nuclear weapon. And so it had kind of all been allowed to languish, and when the Russians set off the bomb, that was kind of the call.
An area was needed to house new construction workers. With safety and security reasons making the use of the old Camp Hanford unacceptable, a new location was sought. The small town of Richland was quickly filling up with alphabet-numbered homes. But the need for temporary workers surpassed the pace of construction. A new trailer camp was proposed just 5 miles north of Richland. Unlike the secret Hanford camp, progress of the North Richland camp was announced in full detail by Richland's local newspaper. By January 1948, it was estimated that the camp would house 25,000 people. 10,000 of those would be trailers.
There was a little difference in Camp Hanford attitude versus North Richland. During the Second World War, jobs became pretty plentiful, so it was, you could kind of write your own ticket in a lot of ways. And so these people, some of the people were a little picky. The people that came here that lived in North Richland, they were darn glad that they had jobs. I can remember a guy telling my dad when they were talking about being laid off, my dad said something to me, so are you going to leave this area? Go back to Arkansas? He says, no, I'm not going back to Arkansas. He says, this is the best job I ever had. And he said, I'm staying right here.
The layout of the camp mirrored its predecessor, with all utilities and amenities provided for $4.20 per week. Most of the trailer occupants made the best of their situation while they waited for a home to become available in nearby Richland. Yards, flowers, and painted fences decorated the newly established camp.
The people in Richland, they looked down their nose at the people in North Richland because they were construction workers. They looked at them as basically gypsies, things like that. But the vast majority of the people who were out there were family people. They were trying to make a living. They were trying to support their family. They wanted the best for their family just like anybody else. And actually, probably more of those people stayed around and actually took over Richland eventually than the people that moved into Richland in the very beginning.
In June 1955, the Richland Villager announced that the North Richland camp would cease to exist and would be turned over to the U.S. Army. The tiny government town of Richland was now a bustling metropolis of nearly 28,000 residents. A modern city had emerged. Tree-lined streets and identical houses lined the once barren desert. Only a few remnants of its past reminded residents of how far they had come. Richland had much to be proud of. Its contributions to the war effort would live on in the history books, while the memory of trailer life could be summed up by a popular saying, "Remember Pearl Harbor, for you can never forget Hanford."
Far over the mountains my pathway did lead. For days I was hauled by a great iron steed. A short run by bus, my trip was complete. I landed in Hanford town, all quiet and neat. The barracks enclosed in a wire fence lot, a small room with its dresser and cot. With drink, fights, and gambling, and prayers mighty few, this boom town of Hanford was sure something new. People from all walks and stations of life, the unmarried young, the aged husband and wife, the lean suntown farmer from Arkansas, the preacher and lawyer from old Iowa, the godly and wicked and all in between, coming by car, bus, and trailer are seen, the white, the red, black, and brown. These are the people who make up Hanford town. Line up at morning, at noon, and at night. Line up in front, and to left and to right. Line up for paychecks and line up for meals. Line up till you're so tired you rock on your heels. Loneliness, homesickness, worries and cares drowns in a flood of John Barleycorn's wares. The whiskey and gin and rum bottles clink at 20 a quart or $1 a drink. Flowing bowls bring them an evening of peace, watched by the vigilant DuPont police, back to the barracks and into a bed, or flop in the gutter and lies as if dead. Off to the job ere the sun's on its way, eating undercooked grub every day. Sex and lovemaking each turn of the street, labor and toil in the cold and the heat. Blizzards and sandstorms and blisters and strains, sage-covered hills and the parched desert's plains. Look them all over and you'll wonder why these old Hanford boomers.
To better serve Richland residents and in response to the continued growth of our city, Richland curbside collection schedule dates change effective January 2021. Garbage and yard collection will be weekly and recycling collection will rotate every other week based on service address location. To view an interactive map of collection schedules, go to the city's website and click on the Solid Waste Collection Calendar. Then click on Interactive Collection Map. Be sure to click OK on Terms of Use. Then enter your address in the upper left corner and hit Return. From here, you will find a description of your address and garbage, yard waste, and recycling days. Recycling is divided between A and B zones. Return to the landing page to view the curbside recycling calendar. This calendar will show you which recycling week you are assigned. For other questions about Richland Solid Waste Utility, visit the city's website or call.
It stands alone among the sagebrush and the sand, like a fortress against the elements. Its windowless concrete walls reach upward into the desert sky. It was the first, one of 3 built during the war, and one of 9 eventually constructed along a 50-kilometer stretch of the Columbia River known as Hanford. It was referred to as the Pile by its workers and was given an innocuous title of 105B, or simply B. But on September 26, 1944, a new science was proven, the world changed, and the atomic era began. It was August 1939, and tensions throughout the world provoked renowned scientist and physicist Albert Einstein to draft a letter to President Roosevelt, informing him of the work being done by Enrico Fermi and Leo Szilard on converting energy from the element uranium. He was convinced that the Germans were working on this same development, and if they discovered how to harness this power first, then the stability of the world was at stake. This new phenomenon could lead to the construction of bombs, he wrote, and it is conceivable, though much less certain, that extremely powerful bombs of a new type may be constructed. From this short letter rose the largest secret war construction project ever. Given the code name Manhattan Project, it would span multiple locations throughout the U.S., cost over $20 billion, employ hundreds of thousands of construction workers, all sworn to secrecy, displace families and communities, and create an environmental cleanup legacy that is still prevalent today. All with only one purpose in mind: to create an atomic bomb. General Leslie R. Groves from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers was assigned to lead the Manhattan Project. At first he declined, wanting to serve his country overseas in the oncoming war. But when told his efforts would help end the war, and perhaps all wars, he reluctantly agreed. Only weeks earlier, on December 2nd, 1942, scientists led by Fermi and Szilard at the metallurgical labs of the University of Chicago had sustained the first controllable nuclear reaction. It was this reaction that would transform the metal uranium into a new radioactive substance called plutonium. E.I. DuPont Company was chosen as the primary construction company. They had experience in explosives and new technologies, and General Groves was impressed with their management style. When Groves stood before DuPont's board of directors to present what they would be helping the government build, he had the information laid out in front of them with the pages turned down. He informed them that they would be responsible for the most vital and secretive war effort our country has ever known. All board members unanimously agreed, without once turning over the papers to see what they had agreed to. In the end, they would build and operate the necessary structures for all costs, plus $1. "33-year-old Army Corps of Engineers Lieutenant Colonel Franklin T. Matthias, who had previously assisted General Groves in the construction of the Pentagon, was chosen to find a site for the reactors and separation plants that would produce plutonium. A large supply of clean water, an abundance of electricity, a large remote tract of land, and favorable climate were the criteria needed. On December 16, 1942, Matthias found the location he was looking for. To Matthias, it was a barren landscape with limitless possibilities. But to the residents of eastern Washington, who had just made it through the Great Depression and were looking forward to a bountiful spring, it was home. On New Year's Eve, Matthias and his team from DuPont met with General Groves to report their findings. By March 1943, 1,500 landowners found their lives turned upside down as letters of condemnation ordered them to evacuate their homes, no questions asked, and make way for a top-secret government project essential to the war effort. Residents of White Bluffs, Hanford, the town of Richland, and even a tribe of Wanapum Indians were evicted in the name of the Manhattan Project. Groves, duly impressed with his young lieutenant colonel, asked Matthias to oversee construction of the Hanford Engineer Works, also called Site W. It was determined that a temporary camp was all that was needed. The only permanent structures were to be the processing and production plants. Living quarters to house the permanent workers would be built in nearby Richland. Construction barracks were built for the men and women who streamed into Hanford with promises of high-paying wages. They were segregated by gender and race, with the women's camp under 24-hour guard. Smitten couples were reduced to holding hands between the fences. Those lucky enough to bring their home in tow or to rent one of the few government trailers available found cozy, or to most, cramped accommodations at the Hanford Trailer Park.
It was an upside-down world here during the construction of Hanford because the physicists and the key engineers were in general very young people. Physics was a brand new science. There was no such thing as a person who'd been practicing nuclear physics or the science of this engineering for 30 years. Just didn't exist. So the experts were very young, often in their 20s. And most of the construction workers were a lot older because the draft was taking men up to the age of 38. So you had a little bit of an upside-down world where the very young were supervising the much more experienced people.
Jobs were easy to find. You'd stop, light a cigarette on a street corner and get 2 job offers.
You just had to be willing to learn and work safely. And that was all needed. They didn't have reactor operators on the circuit anywhere, so they trained you on the job.
It was a different world in the 1940s. First of all, there was abundant trust of the government. And there was a different ethic in terms of if you're assigned to do a job, you do the job, and you really don't ask any questions. And that even held true in normal industry to some extent, although it was exaggerated here. We had a situation where people were told, you're doing important war work, it's out west, and that's all we're going to tell you.
As Camp Hanford grew to over 50,000 residents, so too did the large concrete structures along the Columbia River. The basic design of B reactor was derived from the experimental reactor built at the University of Chicago, albeit with one slight modification. The test reactor at Chicago operated at a power level of 1/2 a watt. B would attain a power level of 250 million watts. B reactor's core would be built as a 3-story assembly of graphite blocks drilled through with a cylindrical lattice of channels into which would be inserted slugs of uranium metal coated with aluminum. 9 metal horizontal control rods separated the channels, and 29 vertical safety rods were available to shut the process down. When the control rods were removed, the uranium would begin a reaction and create heat. Water from the Columbia River would flow through the channels for cooling. When the slugs had been sufficiently exposed, they would be pushed out the back of the core into a cooling pool and quickly decayed to plutonium. Once cooled, the irradiated plutonium would be transferred by special water-filled rail cars to the separation plants. These plants called canyons by the workers because of their long, narrow shape, would use chemicals to separate the plutonium from the aluminum and other metals. Then the plutonium would continue on to final processing.
And the fact that they could take one metal and make another metal, transmutation to me, was unbelievable.
You figure the reactors are only designed for just for the end of the war, and that's all they were shooting for. And then 6 months after the Nagasaki bomb, Winston Churchill, Prime Minister of Great Britain, he made an announcement. He said, "We are now in the midst of a Cold War with Russia." Well, at that point, then, hey, you know, these are no longer just a temporary reactor. These have got to keep going, and that's when they started doing all the major improvements and trying to figure out how to preserve them longer. The B reactor has a lot to say for what it has accomplished.
Since the process of producing plutonium was new and unproven, many construction techniques and procedures had to be invented as it went along. It was noted that the finished blueprints to B reactor were not even delivered to the site until 2 weeks after the reactor went critical.
You talk about having to be innovative. They had to be innovative.
First chief operator I had when I went to work out there, went out to the reactors, and I said, "What's all these pipes?" And he said, "That's your job." He said, "A week from now, I want you to come back and tell me where that pipe came from, where it goes to, and what it did." And that was just the way they taught us. You had to teach yourself. And if there was anything there that you was wondering about, you had to go make a drawing and figure out or make a statement on what it did. And that way you'd come up with different ways to make things better.
On-the-job training was status quo, and safety was always of utmost importance. Procedures were in place for any situation. Each control rod was connected to a sensor that would trigger the reaction to shut down if a problem was detected. This shutdown was referred to as a scram.
Well, actually, that scram came from the small test reactor in Chicago. There they had one safety rod hanging up over a pulley and down, tied down. And the man, if they wanted to shut the reactor down, he'd take an axe and cut the wire, or cut the rope. So that was safety control rod axe man. So actually, of course, I didn't know that until later on. I was just went scram out of the reactor. We had to get out in a hurry.
The thing that becomes instilled, it's second nature, is safety. These people who designed and built those machines out there, they didn't have a model to go by. You're going to build a car, you can say, well, what did we do in 1906? What did we do in 1926? They couldn't do that out there. They started by saying, okay, we know this can be done. We're not sure how to do it, but we're going to design and we're going to make sure that there is safety to the environment, to the populace in this area, and to the people who work here. And they did.
Secrecy reigned supreme during the construction project. Groves and DuPont had developed a departmentalized procedure where workers on one part of the construction process had no knowledge or contact with any other area of the construction. It was understood: say nothing, ask nothing, and keep your job.
Well, one of the reasons that for me was, like I said, my father was here as a security patrolman, and he said, just keep your mouth shut and you'll get along good. And you'd be working with somebody one day and he wasn't there the next day, and you find out, well, he said something wrong. And he was just gone.
Well, one way that they proceeded while they were building B reactor was to have compartmentalization. In other words, if you're a person working on the graphite, that's all you're going to know about. And you're not going to know about the pipes, and you're not going to know about the electrical systems. And if you're a thermal hydraulics expert working on the water delivery system, you're not going to know about the graphite. And so they kept the work very separate, and they just had a few people. And it wasn't the construction workers. It was a few of the high-level supervisors who knew the entire scheme.
On September 26, 1944, 18 months from beginning construction, B reactor was activated. A small group of operators and scientists, led by Fermi, gathered around the control panels as theory became reality. Everything worked perfect as the power level was increased to 9 megawatts and held there. Then, to everyone's surprise, the reactivity began to slowly decrease. The reactor was shut down, tests were conducted, and a hunt for leaks proceeded. The following morning, the process was started again, and the results remained the same. For the next 2 days, this mysterious loss of power baffled all involved. Then that Friday morning, September 29th, physicist John Wheeler had solved the mystery. It was an unexpected byproduct known as xenon, which was absorbing neutrons and spoiling the reaction. The original design of the reactor pile, devised at Chicago, called for 1,500 parallel channels be made for slug insertion, and DuPont was assured that this was all that was needed. DuPont's engineers, through conservatism or perhaps wariness of MetLab's overconfidence, had added 504 extra channels to the design. The solution was simple: load more slugs into the extra channels and increase the reactivity to override the xenon effect. The fix worked, and atomic history was made.
Well, B reactor was the perfect marriage of science and engineering, because pure science was how does the physics reaction work, but engineering was how do you build a machine that can encompass this reaction, encase it, provide a safe atmosphere for it to operate in. And so the engineers at the DuPont Corporation added some extra tubes to the original design that the scientists had put forth. And the scientists were sort of contemptuous and said, we don't need those. We've told you how many we need, and that's all we need. And the engineers said, well, if you fail, who's going to take the blame? And so at that point, the scientists said, okay, put in some extra tubes, do what you want, sort of thinking they will never be needed. They were needed. And so that's why the machine, B reactor, is just as much a product of engineering as a product of science.
On November 24th, 1944, B reactor's first irradiated slugs were pushed into the cooling pool. By then, the Hanford Engineer Works was the third largest city in the state of Washington. A thriving society of 40,000 employees quartered in barracks, the world's largest trailer court with 13,000 residents, 8 mess halls, each the size of a football field, 2 grocery stores, 4 ice houses, a lumber yard, 2 automobile service stations, an electrical fix-it shop, and even a dog pound were set up to service this temporary city. A schoolhouse and gymnasium for children up to the 8th grade were located in the main camp area. High school students were furnished free bus transportation to neighboring Richland. All needs were factored in, including 24-hour patrol duty, public health services, fire protection rights, surface streets, 24-hour cafeterias, and weekly entertainment. All part of the critical morale effort as worker turnover was constant. People came from every state in search of work. Most were unprepared for the desert conditions, for the secrecy, the lines, the heat, and the dust made family life far from ordinary.
I'm reminded of the fact that the only way a man could get in the gate, that the fence that surrounded that facility, women's barracks and the women's rec hall, was to be in the company of a woman. You couldn't get in the women's rec hall. You couldn't say, oh, well, my date's waiting for me in there. She comes out here and takes you by the hand and leads you in there. That's okay, but not otherwise.
It was quite an experience out at Hanford. They had big restaurant that eating places that would seat 2,000 people. We'd go in there and sit down, and they would bring food to us, and if we finished cleaning up one dish, we'd raise it in the air, and they'd come and bring us another one.
On February 1st, 1945, Matthias himself delivered the first shipment of processed plutonium to the test lab in Los Alamos, New Mexico. The container was about a 2-foot cube wrapped in paper and secured tightly with ropes. He was driven to Portland and went by train to Los Angeles, where he met a courier who would deliver the product to Los Alamos.
Well, when Colonel Matthias met this other man at Los Angeles, of course the other man did not know what he was carrying because that was part of wartime secrecy and nobody was supposed to know all the parts. Well, Matthias knew that this was extremely dangerous and expensive and valuable material. So he asked the other fellow if he had booked a sleeping booth in the train. And the man said, no, I'm just going to kind of sleep sitting up in my seat. And Matthias said, well, you might want to get a sleeping booth with a locking door because the product you're carrying is worth $350 million. Well, in those days, that was a huge amount of money. That's about $4 billion today. And so it was shockingly huge to that man. He'd never heard of anything in his life that cost that much. And Matthias was, of course, referring to the cost of the whole Hanford endeavor.
The science had been proven successful. Uranium had been transformed into plutonium, a highly reactive and volatile material. But would an implosion of an atomic fission bomb actually work? All that theory was realized on July 26, 1945, when product generated at Hanford was used for the Trinity test in a remote section of the Alamogordo Air Base in New Mexico. For the first time in history, there was a nuclear explosion. "14 days later, on August 9, 1945, Hanford and B reactor would forever be part of history when Nagasaki was bombed with the Fat Man bomb charged with Hanford plutonium, an explosion that was equal to 22,000 tons of TNT. The Japanese surrendered unconditionally 5 days later. World War II, the war to end all wars, was over. B reactor continued on producing plutonium to fuel the burgeoning U.S. nuclear arsenal as America became involved in a new kind of war, the Cold War. On February 13, 1968, B reactor shut down for good. Over the life of B, further testing, improvements, and innovation were commonplace. Its existence not only changed the way societies conduct war and peace, but paved the way for the new technology of nuclear energy, science, and medicine. The American Society of Mechanical Engineers in 1976 summed up its contributions to history with the awarding of B reactor as a National Historic Engineering Landmark, calling B one of man's most brilliant, scientific, and advanced engineering achievements.
Well, when we think about preserving B reactor, we think about why would we do that, Well, think about any other great icon in American history. Think about the Liberty Bell. The Liberty Bell is old and is cracked. It's not very valuable all by itself, but it symbolizes to us the fact that we're all connected, that we are a nation, that we have common goals, that there are things we will fight for. The same thing is true when you visit Appomattox Courthouse, where the Civil War ended, or you visit the White House, or you visit the bridge at Lexington and Concord, where the American Revolution essentially began. We go there because we want to be in the presence of something that tells us more about who we are. Who dreamed something there? Who dared? Who presumed? who failed, who faced loss, who constructed. And we have to do that because that makes us a people, that weaves us together as a nation. Be Reactor is a voice for all those things. Be Reactor tells us something about who we are, what we're willing to do, what we're capable of, and also tells us something about loss, about waste in the Columbia River, about loss of life. It has a lot of lessons to teach. So whether people are in favor of the reactor, think the reactor was a good thing to build, or they think it was a terrible thing to build and it never should have been built, I think all people will agree it should be preserved, because if it's not preserved, we won't debate it, we won't learn its lessons, and its voice will be silent.
Phillip, and this is Goose Ridge Estates Winery in Richland, Washington. This tasting room has been here for over 20 years. The Monson family is a big part of the community, and they have this whole winery is an estate winery, meaning it's family owned. There's 2,200 acres of grapes that help produce the wine that we drink in this room. We've decided to put up some outdoor tents to enhance everybody's experience here. And what we're doing with those is a preset experience through Friday through Sunday. We are open 7 days a week, and on the weekends we're doing some brunch specials in the morning, some mimosas, and during the weekdays we have some charcuterie plates and warm bread and different things that kind of change throughout the week for you. So we want our customers to stay safe during COVID, and so we have hand sanitizer for you on the tables, also at the entrance of our buildings, and we spray down the tables after every use, and our employees are sanitizing consistently as well. I would say a tasting room favorite is our Vireo. It's a blend. It's also our owner's favorite wine. My personal favorite is our Cabernet Sauvignon. It's incredible. It's smelling like blackberry cobbler, and you should come try it. We hope you come and visit us. We've got patio seating, we've got tents, we've got lots of wine and great food, and we're looking forward to seeing you.
The City of Richland strives to make information about your municipal government accessible. Most information you seek is available from the city's website. This includes park and recreation-related activities. To start, go to the city's website and click on Departments, then Parks and Recreation. Or go directly to the parks pages at richlandparksandrec.com. From this page, click on E-Activity Guide. The guide is browser-based. No plugins or special software is required. Here you can find out about the latest class or event, or check out the amenities that each of our parks offers. With a click of a mouse, you can get information about a specific class or sign up for activities. Simply click on the activity and add the class or event to your shopping cart. You will need to log in to your account prior to registering. If you do not have an account, you can create an account online. Because the e-activity guide is interactive, you can also find links to a variety of groups and organizations that provide added recreational opportunities, or link to Parks and Recreation Facebook pages. Additional information about Richland Parks and Recreation is available from the parks pages at richlandparksandrec.com.
One wonders if the winds were blowing the day Judge Cornelius Hanford platted the town that would bear his name. Did he give much consideration to the future of this little farming community nestled in the dry and open environment of the Columbia Basin? Or was it just another source of customers for his Hanford Irrigation and Power Company? How could he have known that this closely knit community would rise to 51,000 people and then, only 18 months later, become an abandoned remnant of what was? Prior to 1942, the small towns of Hanford, White Bluffs, and Richland Village found their prosperity in the rich volcanic soils of the Columbia Basin. Orchards and farms stretched along the shores of the Columbia River. Family life was securely rooted within the communities.
Wonderful. I couldn't think of a greater place to grow up, and all my friends say the same thing. We swam, we rode horseback, we climbed Mount Gable.
And horseback riding, jackrabbit hunting, and, you know, just normal things that kids do when they're that young. Our parents would take us to the Grange dances on the weekends, and of course they played cards, and, you know, they always took their children with them. They didn't leave them home. Babysitters were out of the question.
We just had fun. We didn't have money, and of course we lived through the Depression in the 1930s, and we were just getting out of the throes of the Depression. When the government came in and took our land, things would have been different.
But the winds of change were on the horizon. It was December 2nd, 1942. Only a year earlier, the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor had plunged the United States into war. An elite group of scientists embarked on a secret mission called the Manhattan Project, a project to construct the world's first nuclear bomb. In order to make plutonium for the weapon, the government needed an isolated location, vast amounts of land, and a clean, abundant supply of water. When Lieutenant Colonel Franklin Matthias flew over the Columbia Basin, he found what he was looking for.
Back in Chicago, they had the first chain reaction, and Fermi was there, and 3 months and 4 days later they were in our town of Hanford, and we were told we had to leave. Of course, they had come out there unknown to a lot of us. The government men that came out, we didn't see them, and I kept thinking, oh heavens, they've discovered oil or uranium or something in our back of our place, west of our ranch, because they were digging, and we thought, oh heavens, we'll be rich yet. But we didn't know that this was all transpiring.
Well, the people they just had to leave. Some were offered jobs, and some of the personal accounts are that they felt guilty when they accepted a job because there was a lot of very real antagonism, and it still remains. And people I've talked to today, whose parents were there and they were high school students at the time, still have a resentment against the way they were treated.
We all lost each other. Basically, we lost each other. And then, of course, all the young men, you know, went into the service.
There's some accounts that are rather, I guess we would say in retrospect, a bit irritating, that there was nothing there, just a few farmers, one church, and that sort of thing. That's not true. There were farmers just beginning to get on their feet, as a lot of farmers were at that time, and their whole life was completely disrupted.
Do I call it home? Well, yes, I think so. I think so.
The decision was made. The Columbia Basin would be a vital part of the war effort. Families moved out and the government moved in. As Camp Hanford grew from the abandoned towns, trailers came by the thousands, and tar paper barracks rose overnight to house construction workers recruited from around the nation.
But they couldn't tell us anything about Hanford.
Nobody knew anything about it except that it was a war project.
When we arrived here, something like 1 a.m., it was a long train, and so they stopped and we all had to get off. And they were there to meet us, and they're running all through all these crowds getting off of the train saying, operations of construction, operation of construction. I mean, you know, no one had that name, but it sounded like it.
There was 3 of us drove from Helena, Montana in a car, and we said if they'll hire all 3 of us, we're going to stay. Otherwise, we'll get back in the car and drive home. Well, they wanted people real bad, so they hired all 3 of us.
Dad was making big money, but missing the family, and thought he saw a future in the Northwest. We received the directions: sell the farm, buy a trailer house, and come to Washington. We left Springfield, Missouri, driving a 1937 Pontiac 4-door sedan and pulling a 25-foot American trailer house. We had 13 flat tires between Springfield and Cheyenne, Wyoming. When we reached Cheyenne, Mom went to the local ration board to see about some decent tires. When they heard that we were on our way to Hanford, we were immediately authorized to purchase 4 new Grade A tires. All you could buy otherwise were 2-ply recaps. Those new tires saw us safely to Hanford. Our trailer had a sign on it that read, Hanford or Bust. Recollections from Robert Harmon.
They were having major problems keeping employees, particularly women employees. It was such a horrible place to live. And no one would stay. And they had invested a great deal of money to hire people on the East Coast or anywhere they could find them to come out here. And people thought they were going to the great green Northwest. And they came here and found desert and dirt and dust and heat. It was hot. It was over 100 degrees. There was no air conditioning. And the wind blew and the dirt blew because they had a lot of land torn up.
The stories are that a lot of people came and rode a bus to the site and got on the same bus going back to Pasco and didn't stay. Something over 120,000 people passed through the area as part of the construction.
We were met by the greeters of DuPont, which they had at the station, and they brought us over here then in a cattle car.
Well, transportation from Richland to Hanford was only in an old bus, or what we used to call a cattle car. And the one I went up in was a cattle car. Now, a cattle car is just like an enormous bus, except the seats are all run on the exterior, everybody's facing the center. But they call them a cattle car.
And my mother said, you must come up here and work this summer. And I said, why? I already have a summer job here. No, you must come up from Corvallis and have this once-in-a-lifetime experience. Thank goodness it was only once.
I was in the barracks, but the barracks were so small, it was like being in a closet.
Primitive. The women's barracks were just rattly barns and no air conditioning, of course. If you wanted some air, you opened the window, let the wind and the dirt and everything blow in.
Well, the ads in the National Geographic prior 1940 magazines, National Geographic magazine prior to 1940, have ads for the type of trailers that they were living in out there. They were advertised, I think it was Schultz trailers, they were advertised for weekend use. They were not expected to live in for long term. Very thin walls, little or no insulation, no indoor water in most of them.
And you were making this great money, and that's why the only reason people stayed here, because they were making money. There was no place to spend it, so I guess the bank did pretty well.
The lack of amenities abound, but it was to be the Columbia Basin environment that would cause the growing population the most trauma.
The wind blew so much around here, and it was so aggravating for the people in construction out working, because the sand and dirt was blowing all over them while they were trying to do a job. But they got to calling those winds then
termination winds. And some of the construction people would say, well, it was E.I. DuPont, but from now on, it's just E. DuPont because I is leaving.
On Fridays, when the wind blew, we had we had all these resignations, so we were busy getting their checks and whatever else ready for them so they could take off as fast as they could get out of there. And that would have been nice. I lots of times thought I might do that, but then my husband didn't want to, so I didn't either.
Before streets, grass, or trees, when the termination winds would blow, my mother served our meals in the pots with the lids on and our plates turned upside down. After saying grace, we would then turn the plates over when it came your turn to dish up. There was no need for pepper because you never knew how much to put on with all that dirt moving through the house. Recollections from Jim Brasina.
Our first house was a single-bedroom prefab, and boy, it was really something. No lawn, no nothing, crack under the door about a half-inch wide and so forth, but we survived it rather nicely.
Everybody had a lettered house. I think ours was a Y, one of the ranch houses. There were 1,000 of them all alike, and if you were coming home late at night, you wanted to be sure you got the right one.
As the first houses were built in Richland, the B houses and F houses were all the same, with the same furniture for each house. We were assigned the first house on Farrow Lane. There were 2 B houses side by side. My dad worked with a man who lived in the second B house on the same side we lived in. About a week after we moved in, my mom heard the front door close and the closet opened for someone to hang up a jacket. She thought it was my dad, and they were carrying on a conversation with yes and no answers. She went into the living room to give my dad a kiss, and it was the neighbor man. For 2 months he repeated coming into our house, and only recognized he was in the wrong house when one of us appeared. Plants were hard to come by then, and Mother arranged to find a flower pot and put it on the front step. This let him know he was at the wrong house. Recollections by Geneva Hammer.
It was a benevolent despotism on the part of the government. They did everything for you, but they required that you toe the line and do the things that they wanted. And it's true, if you wanted to, they would come out and change a light bulb for you, but people didn't ask for that kind of service. But they did maintain everything. They painted the houses. They took care of everything.
In the spring of 1944, Camp Hanford was abandoned as the project went critical. The once sleepy community of Richland Village had now transformed into the 4th largest city in the state. The government-built houses, shops, and offices lined the once barren landscape, but life in the community was far from ordinary as the code of silence echoed through the town.
People today do not understand the war feeling, the realization that something going on in Hanford was really significant, and there was a strong feeling that we were the workers back home to help the whole situation along. And it was a pretty serious thing. We never talked about that at all, and I don't think people quite understand that, but this was the war effort.
If you didn't have to say anything, you didn't. You know, it was just a way of life.
The real emphasis was keep your mouth shut and don't talk about what you do.
Secrecy was accepted, and that's just the way it was.
One of my first assignments was lecturing to employees entering the first secured reactor area on the need to keep mum about the work on this vital secret defense work. I, of course, had no idea what the secret was that I was admonishing them to keep. Recollections from George Barr.
And of course, you'd go to a movie, there would be a big sign on the screen, silence means security.
We didn't know what to talk about. We didn't know what we were doing. Had no clues what we were doing, except there was an enormous lot of concrete being poured.
Matter of fact, there's a lot of rumors what was made at the plant. And this is a little sidelight. Apparently there was a show and tell at one of the schools, and one of the kids said, I know what they're making at Hanford. And she said, what are they making? She said, toilet paper. And she says, how do you know that? He says, my dad brings home 2 rolls of toilet paper in his lunch bucket every day.
I remember going to school at the old Hanford School on half-day shifts because there were too many students and lack of space and teachers. And the day our teacher promised no tests if we would just help her find her lost security badge. Recollections by Virginia Poe Morrison.
We didn't talk about reactors, we talked about a pile or the unit. And we didn't talk about plutonium, we talked about the product. Everything had a code name. The separations activities carried out in the 200 areas. And this is the way the whole plant was set up.
Putting the test reactor in the 305 building required a lot of planning, not only in the design, but also the procurement of the fuel rods. It was necessary to maintain the secrecy of the contents of the shipments. Special railroad cars were designed with false floorboards. The rods were stowed under the false floor, and the floor was covered with hay and loaded with horses. When the train arrived at the 300 area, the cars were opened and the horses released. Then, under the security of night, a crew would carefully remove the rods. Because of the massive area of the Hanford project, the arrival of horses did not create any particular interest. It was an accepted fact that the government does strange things, and perhaps because of the known shortage of beef, the government was going to graze the horses on the land and build a slaughtering plant next to the ice house at the original Hanford town site. Recollections by Fran Oskowicz.
Nowadays, it's a different story. We could never, ever have accomplished what they did at that time. Given the restrictions we have now, it never would have happened. Not the way it did at the 1943, 1945.
In the darkness of a desert morning, on July 16, 1945, the atomic age is born. Thunderbolt gives a preview of its destructive force.
Great patriotism, just tremendous patriotism, because they said it's going to help the war effort.
But no, we won the war, and believe me, if we had not developed this bomb ourselves, we would never know free land that we've known, and I think all young people should realize that.
And I think people were much more trusting of the government back then than they do now. It was, you felt that they were trying to do the right thing, and that we were working towards a good end.
The war to end all wars was over. What to do with this desert community that had been created? Nuclear technology was now real. With continued tensions throughout the world and a country looking for new forms of power generation, Hanford would live on. Homes were lost and families displaced, but history had been written, and the once quiet Columbia Basin would never be the same.
You had no family here, so your friends were sort of your family. I know my son has said that many times. There were some of our friends whose children he grew up with, and he feels closer to them than he does any cousins.
And I said, after I got here and got acclimated to the sandstorms and the wind and so forth, I said, well, maybe 5 years. And 54 years later, I'm still here.
We decided we'd stay for 6 months. We didn't say which 6, we're still here. But it's different, and it's a lovely place to live.
We were a very, very patriotic group of people, but it's a shame that the one sad thing is we had to give our land up. Somebody had to do that. So if it had not been our group, it would have been another town that would have been displaced, and the people would have gone through what we did. But the really sad part of the entire takeover was the fact that the pay wasn't ample to even go any place and buy anything else. My parents had to pay double the price for 2 acres and a little box-like house, no trees, 2 little tiny shrubs. I cried when I saw it. I just couldn't believe that, and they moved into Richland, as I mentioned before. But no, and we're still patriotic. We see a flag go by, we stand up. And I keep telling my grandchildren how important this is. And my children, and I'm sure that they realize I'm proud of that flag.
The day we came to Hanford town, the winds that blew a prefab down. We'll have those moments to remember. The pebbly walks, the blistering sun, the life in town was not all fun. We'll have those moments to remember. The wind it blew away back then, it filled our homes with dust and sand. We'll have those moments to remember. It blew so hard on one fine day, it blew my grass all far away. We'll have those moments to remember. The topsoil came, the topsoil went. It came airmail by heaven sent. We'll have those moments to remember. If we went out, we couldn't see our matching homes with no landmark trees. We'll have those moments to remember. The days did come, the days did go. Oh my, how our new town did grow. We'll have those moments to remember. Hanford workers were a mighty band. We helped build this project grand. We'll have those moments to remember. Recollections by Irene Maxwell.
Have you noticed things getting crowded lately? Washington's population is growing. By 2025, 833,000 people are expected to move to Washington State. Well, that's the equivalent of another Richland, Vancouver, Tacoma, Spokane, Bellingham, and Yakima combined, or 12 packed Seahawks stadiums. 2/3 of the state's population already live in cities, because cities are where we live, learn, work, and play. State law actually encourages growth in cities to preserve our farmlands and open spaces and to be efficient with your tax dollars. And this means that in many cities, budgets are already stretched thin, and we need to figure out how to serve our growing population. More people living and working in cities means more demand for services like parks, transportation, police, fire, water, and sewer. All these things cost money. Growth is happening. We all need to work together to plan and pay for it.
Water treatment's often a science and an art. My name is Bill Riley. I'm one of the owners of William H. Riley & Company, based in Portland, Oregon. We're the manufacturer's representative for Myox in the Pacific Northwest, and we're just really excited to be working with the city of Richland on their upgrade to the Myox system. They wanted to get away from chlorine gas, and they evaluated a number of different ways to go, and in the end selected on-site generation of hypochlorite and mixed oxidants. The City of Richland's water source is the Columbia River, and it's a very high-quality water, which can be difficult to treat at times. The simplicity and the reliability of the MIAC system has really dovetailed into how they operate those plants. The operators that operate and maintain the system at Richland are doing a fantastic job.
I am Pat Abraham. I am the water manager for the City of Richland. We follow the regulations of both the federal and the state laws that require clean, safe water for our citizens. Part of the requirements of our National Pollutant Discharge Elimination Permit is that we have to chlorinate prior to being discharged back to the Columbia River. But it's huge that we are a good steward to our community and that we're putting back good, clean water that's going to be reused downstream from where we are.
My name is Dave Trotter. I'm a plant operator on the Richland water team. Our source water is straight out of the Columbia River, and we treat it down to under 0.1 NTU for turbidity. The City of Richland's water system is fairly complex and very spread out. The operations team drives on average 80 to 100 miles a day, checking pump stations, taking samples. We have 18 reservoirs and 8 pump stations, and we sample about 28 locations for water quality. We have on-site generators that generate the sodium hypochlorite. It is controlled by our SCADA. They run 2 at a time, and they run in series in rotation. The system is really automated. It comes on demand based on tank levels. The table salt mixed with soft water is electrolyzed. The MIOX produces 0.4% sodium hypochlorite, which is very safe to handle. As an operator, the operational safety factor is very important to me. The high risks and hazards of working with chlorine gas have really been eliminated with the on-site generators. Not to mention the city mitigating that risk to the community.
Hi, my name is Mike Coleman. I work for the City of Richland. I'm the wastewater treatment plant mechanic. Everything that goes down your drain ends up at the wastewater treatment plant. My main goal is to try to keep the plant running as effectively and as efficiently as possible. Before we had the MIOX, we had 1-ton chlorine gas containers. Every 2 years, you'd have to tear equipment down to rebuild it because of how caustic the gas was. The same building we had the ton containers in, that's where we've put the new on-site generators. They take up a smaller footprint. They're very user-friendly. They save us a lot of time. We have 2 5,100-gallon bulk storage tanks that we fill every day. We inject that in our effluent structure, and we try to achieve and maintain a 0.35%. We really don't have any odor control now. It's pretty well balanced. It smells like you're playing in a pool.
Today we're finding a more stable residual throughout the whole system that's not requiring as much effort to maintain. We have programs designed so that we can move that water and maintain that fresh chlorine residual. The on-site generation has helped us be able to dial that feed rate in. Since we've gone to on-site generation, we're a much safer organization, and we feel a much higher comfort level in what we're providing to our citizens, the safety and the impact on our environment.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N,
I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow. Vice President Ford will be sworn in as president.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
I have a dream today. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
The United Nations finds itself confronted today with the gravest crisis in its existence.
It is evident now that the world entirely is at war.
Yesterday, December 7th,
now I know my
1941.
ABCs. Won't you come on home with me?
It was 1941, and the small farming community of Richland was basking in modest prosperity. A new grade school had been built and other community infrastructure improvements were underway. The town of 240 people was proud of the sacrifices it had made to survive the years of the Great Depression and was looking ahead to its continued success. But the greatest sacrifice was yet to come. World War II, the war to end all wars. Like all communities, Richland was committed to the war effort. Its young men registered for the draft. The community purchased saving stamps and war bonds. December 16, 1942, a small plane circled the skies above Richland. Its passengers, AES Hall, Gilbert Church, and Lieutenant Colonel Franklin T. Mathias surveyed the land. Only weeks earlier, the first successful test of a nuclear chain reaction had been conducted. A site for a secret war project was being selected. At that moment, Richland would change forever. Within 3 months, Richland and the surrounding communities of White Bluffs and Hanford were served papers of eviction. Residents had no choice but to abandon their homes and make way for the secret project. In its place, a government-owned community had to be assembled to support the construction and operation of a plutonium processing plant, the substance needed in the assembly of a nuclear bomb. The race was on. Time restraints were critical. E.I. DuPont, an engineering and explosives company, was selected as the prime contractor for the construction of the plant. DuPont estimated it would need housing to accommodate 6,500 employees, support personnel, and family members.
DuPont contacted Alvin Pearson, a noted Spokane architect, and he literally had 48 hours to make up his mind to provide a community of 4,000 homes. And so he came up with this unique design, giving them alphabet designation, A homes, B homes, so forth, all the way down the line. DuPont wanted to kind of offer respite. It was a very strict military atmosphere, and so they wanted a community that was totally, opposite.
Now, in the core of Richland, the part that Pearson was responsible for designing, it reflects what urban designers call communitarian values. And he set up small little neighborhoods where people could interact. You didn't have to drive a car or even have a car to interact with your neighbors and meet them at schools or in the neighborhood shopping areas. They had the large communal backyards, and so in each section of town he would put small commercial centers, usually a supermarket and a number of stores, like barber shops, beauty shops, drug stores, and the like, were also clustered in these neighborhoods.
Homes went up quickly as DuPont constantly added to its original estimate. Ultimately, the population count would be revised to 16,000 residents. All needs were factored, including streets, sidewalks, utilities, municipal buildings, medical facilities, schools, and businesses.
That's all part of Pearson's design. He took into account the needs for medical care, fire and police protection, social and community, recreational needs. And it was a complete town. It was when he turned it over to DuPont, it was all set to go.
Each home was designed with a letter of the alphabet for easy recognition. Originally, the first homes to be constructed were the A and B duplexes. Other homes quickly followed to satisfy the expanding population needs.
Well, there were about 13 designs in World War II. About 3,700 homes were built. And out of the 13 designs, a couple were dormitories, the J and K, which were to provide accommodations for single personnel. You had the 8 ABC homes, as I like to call them, 8 different designs, and then you had the 3 prefabs, the 1, 2, and 3 bedroom designs.
There were 3 classes that were constructed in that Second World War period, and they were differentiated by size and therefore by cost. And the A's and B's are in the class 1, and the F's and H's are in class 2, and the The D's and E's and G's and L's are in the third class.
The so-called management, the junior executive, the management class got a lot of the homes east of GWA, between GWA, which was the north-south arterial, which it still is today, and the Columbia River. And although Pearson's original once again, he had to compromise. Another thing he had to compromise on. He wanted a kind of a democratic mixture. He came from these planner architect school that, democracy through housing.
I think Pearson, really did succeed overall in establishing a community which had a very low social gradient. People who were at the top of the scale, the most upper echelon managers and scientists, were living, literally next door or around the corner to people who emptied their waste baskets and bagged their food at the supermarket.
Well, my dad came out, I imagine probably sometime in 1944, and worked as a Hanford patrolman, and lived, in the barracks at Camp Hanford. And then when the housing started to become available, he was able to get a 2-bedroom prefab. Our first site of the prefabs was on George Washington Way as we came into town, and when my dad pointed them out to my mom, she was not too thrilled. She called them a cracker box. And he was not real pleased about that because he thought that was kind of a neat little house, and really it was. I don't think she minded the prefab once we got in. I think her first impression of those flat roofs is what struck her and made her, refer to it as a cracker box. She couldn't believe she was going to live in a cracker box.
Many more of the employees had families than was originally anticipated. As waiting lists for homes grew, single-room apartments were canceled and made room for 1,800 prefabricated homes, as overworked employees were eager for any available dwelling they could call home.
You kind of took what you could get. And then, as I remember, there was a list there where you could try to upgrade yourself if you wanted to get on that list.
We had to wait to get a house. That was very limited. First of all, we had to wait for him to get his Q clearance, and then we had to wait for the house. So it was a number of months before we could get a house and move to Richland.
I know that every Friday night we'd go down to that bulletin board that was outside of a building just off Jadwin there to see what houses were available to move into, and we never did move.
My dad came home from work at the Remington Arms when, and we were living in Boulder, Colorado, and he said, DuPont wants me to go out to Washington. My mom says, what for? Right away. And he said, well, they have a job going on out there, and Mom says, I'm not going. Dad says, well, I'm going to go, and they had given him tires and gas stamps to get out here because he wanted to drive his own car. And then we came to Richland, to our A house. This was on Casey. And my mom took one look at it and started to cry. And we got out of the car, and sand just came up, dust all over our shoes, And my mom just said, she called my dad Johnny. She was the only one. Everybody else called him John. Johnny, you've taken us to a lot of places, but this is the worst one yet.
Times were not easy for Richland's new residents. Workers put in long hours, toiling at jobs that most didn't even know the purpose for. Security was tight, and waiting for anything became just a matter of life.
We only had a few stores here on George Washington Way, as you know. And so you stood in line to buy beverages, you stood in line to get your mail, you stood in line for everything.
We accepted things in those days. It seems to be better than folks do now. And it was just a way of life. And the hell, I'd been in the service, and you spend all your time in a line in there, and most time you don't even want to be in it. So if you wanted to be in it, that was an improvement right there.
Security had another beneficial social effect, and If a worker was involved in a serious legal infraction, there was a risk that that worker would lose his clearance. And if you lost your clearance, you had, I think it was 5 or 7 working days, to vacate your government-owned home. And it also applied to members of your family. If they got in trouble with the law, mom or dad who held the security clearance, held the job, was also at risk for termination. So there was incentive on a number of generational fronts to behave yourself.
The world will note that the first atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, a military base. We won the race of discovery against the Germans. We have used it in order to shorten the agony of war, in order to save the lives of thousands and thousands of young Americans.
The final realization of Richland's sacrifice to the war effort came to fruition on August 9 of 1945 as residents learned of the bombing of Nagasaki and Richland's contribution to peace. But what to do with this hidden community nestled along the Columbia River? Continued tensions throughout the world and a commitment to alternative uses of this newfound power would ensure that these homes would stand the test of time.
The next era of homes after World War II, there was about 9 designs. Were constructed, about 1,400 homes. You had the Q, R, S, and M, and they were larger homes. I think the government realized, especially with the post-World War II boom, baby boomers. You needed larger kitchens. I know with our Q house, it's a much larger kitchen than the World War II homes.
And you didn't pay for electricity, you didn't pay for water. Everything was furnished in the rent, and even the coal.
Yeah, everything was provided, and it was very inexpensive. Even for that time period. Obviously, everything was subsidized.
It wasn't your house; it belonged to the government, or at HEW, and so that was the rules. You couldn't paint on your own. You were not allowed to. You had to call them to if you wanted a paint job. One of the things that a lot of the people did is that they had cement bathtubs, and they were cement bathtubs. They were very rough and gray and unappetizing looking, so a lot of the people kind of accidentally dropped things in them to crack them so they could get a new bathtub.
When you really think about it, the houses were better than anything we had had when we came here. They were brand new, they were all electric, they were clean.
The last era of homes was called the Korean War era, and there was the C&K designs, about 140, 150 of those homes constructed, and also you had the strip apartments along GW Way, where some of them were built. These are your last, once again, the last of the government homes. You're getting into a style of definitely more modern, towards modernism. We had, at the end of the last era, between the World War II and the Korean, you had the ranch homes, and this it was a continuation from the ranch design. And once again, and there's a lot more mixture of all these homes, especially in South Richland. A lot more blue collar, designed for, the larger family. But at the same time, they were really devoid of a lot of the classical designs you saw in the World War II homes, and even some of the post-World War II, the interwar homes.
Richland was a government town, and town life was far from convenient. It was a timid cartoon character with a funny name that brought Richland's residents needed humor to the otherwise demoralizing living conditions. Dupus Boomer, created by Dick Donnell, a DuPont employee who had no previous cartooning experience, took his name from the Dupe from DuPont, the U.S. from United States, and Boomer, a nickname for workers who followed boomtown construction. Donnell's character, which appeared in the Richland Villager newspaper from 1945 until it ceased publication in 1950, helped many Richland residents see the humor in the termination winds and other pitfalls of early Richland life.
I remember I had a kitty, I had a cat that was, I named it Atomic because we got him about the time that they announced the bomb. That's what had been going on. And this little black cat disappeared. And shortly after the cat disappeared, there was a Doopus Boomer cartoon in the Villager, the newspaper, I think that's what it was. And it was showing, of course, the winds, which they almost all referred to a lot of the winds. And up in the corner of this cartoon was this little black cat blowing. And we always thought, well, that's what happened to my cat, because he just plain blew away.
I'm Dave Donnell. I'm Dick Donnell's grandson. Grandfather had a very dry sense of humor. Very outgoing. He'd say something, there'd be just kind of a zinger at the end, where kind of a sarcastic zinger that'd catch you by surprise. It was the Hanford project that brought him here. Specifically what he did there, I don't know what he did. I live in a 3-bedroom prefab. There's one cartoon that he had is he bought a Christmas present for his son or something as an airplane. He made some points about the low ceilings, which is kind of weird. I'd haul stuff in the house. And with the people that had lived here during that time, they were a part of it, and they could sort of relate to the different things that he drew.
Most of the humor people found in their situations seemed to revolve around their identical houses, stacked neatly side by side on identical streets.
It was, when we first came here, everything looked the same. All the houses, there was not a landmark, so to speak. I was a little nervous about leaving the house, hoping I could find my way back. And what was interesting is because no one ever locked their doors. And one night, we were in bed and we heard someone at the door, opened it up, came in, and my husband got up to see, and the man was confused, thought it was his house. He asked him what he was doing there, and he said, well, this is my home. And Ray says, no, it's not. He was so embarrassed and confused. I think he might have had a drink or two. And he just mumbled and left. Hopefully he found his home.
My father-in-law was visiting me, and he went downtown for something, and when he come back, he just walked into the wrong prefab. And as I remember, he had a pie, and he walked in there and he said, what do you want me to do with that? And that old gal, but, she probably had seen him over at our place, so she sent him north.
It was a coal-burning furnace, a giant furnace down in the basement. And one day, they came, opened the basement window, and it was the awfulest noise you ever heard in your life. It scared the devil out of me. It was a big rumble of coal coming in, and so I had to run out and talk to the guys and say, what are you doing, And so they would come periodically, and every time they did, I'd jump out of my skin because it was pretty loud.
It was 1957, and Richlanders who had learned to endure many changes would find their biggest change was yet to come. A planned transfer of the city into self-government was nearing completion, and the Alphabet homes would soon be part of the biggest single-package real estate transaction in the United States history.
There was a policy regulating how the disposal would be put into effect. The current occupant of a home had the, the right of first refusal. If that family, did not want that house, then there was procedure for, others who worked in Hanford, to, put a bid on that place. But at that time, there was a lot of fears, that if the mission of Hanford, would end, and that, always was a background fear for the workers. That they, they would be stuck with housing that they couldn't sell. And in fact, GE made offers, that if you are willing to pay a little more money, and buy a house, and the mission of Hanford Ansler is attenuated significantly, we'll buy it back from you. But if you're willing to take the risk, you can buy it at a lower price. But then if the mission ends, of course, then you're out of luck, and if you can't sell it.
We were about the last area to go up for sale of the houses, and we knew when this was going to happen, and that we had a little boy by this point in time, so we decided we'd better be looking for a bigger house, which we did. And we found a ranch house up on Chestnut. And that area had gone on sale much earlier, so these people were already thinking about moving up to a better house, and so they had it for sale. So we said we were interested, and it was time for us to put the prefab up for sale. So we put it in the little GE News for a Friday. That's when the paper came out, and we said at 7 o'clock that night we would have an open house. So about 6:30, the traffic on the street all of a sudden got tremendous, and we looked out and there were cars lined up and down the street. These were hot properties. People wanted to buy these prefabs. So at 7 o'clock we opened the door, and people streamed in and through the house and around the backyard, and this young fellow within 5 minutes came up to us and said, "I'll take it."
Once the homes found their way into private hands, the regimented similarity that made the city unique suddenly became the reason to give the homes an overnight facelift.
People put their personalities into these homes in several different ways, whether they do major cosmetic changes to the exterior part of the house, or if they just dress up, trim, or minor features along the house.
We moved up from the prefab into a 3-bedroom ranch house. Right away, of course, we thought about remodeling, redoing the kitchen, and doing something with the little shed in the back.
A lot of the A houses and B houses, alphabet houses, didn't have a fully excavated basement. And we didn't. We had a half basement. So that is one of the renovations we made soon. And we were fortunate enough to have sand in our particular area, but the houses down on the south end had big rocks.
One of the major things that I see that people do is they convert the A house into a single residence, where they basically take out the wall that separates the two and make it a single family thing. The nice thing about the F house is it, for one thing, it's a very sound house, and it's a very functional house and utilitarian house. There's not a whole lot of, well, I guess I could say that for a lot of the government houses. They weren't built to be, have like a lot of space. I mean, it's very functional space, very utilized to every single corner of the house. And the nice thing about the F house is all your bedrooms were upstairs. The only downside was to the F house is there wasn't a bathroom on the main floor. And so what a lot of people did is convert the basement. People get creative with these houses, and it's really interesting. One of the things that we do, my wife and I do for entertainment, is to go. We go get a coffee, drink, granita or something, and we'll tour just the streets, just looking at various houses. And even though we've seen them several times, it's still interesting to see the little details that people put into their houses. It just makes them more charming, makes them more livable, more appealing to the community.
I came from the East Coast, and I'm very comfortable and familiar with the traditional style of housing, the Federalist and the neo-colonial revivals that's very common back there. And the L House fits into that style of architecture. So it just appealed to me, and with 4 bedrooms and a basement and a dining room, it had enough space for our family and needs, and my wife's looms, and had a nice yard, distinctive architecture. You know, it was something that we rented, and when one came up on the market, we made our bid on it. The layout is very comfortable. You know, the living quarters down here on the first floor are separated from the utilities down in the basement and from the living quarters upstairs. You know, that's a nice feature. You know, it has simplicity in design. You know, that you're not forever running around, you know, hosing down the gingerbread that you find on some houses. You know, the upkeep on it is relatively simple. Just has a lot of good design features and, you know, mechanical features that appeal to me as a homeowner. Yeah, Pearson was very intent on making sure that worker morale stayed high, and so that was one of the things that he considered very seriously in the way he, you know, designed each of the individual houses, as well as the way he laid out Richland. He was very interested in making sure that the people who worked here, you know, morale did not suffer because of inadequate housing.
Times may change the faces of Richland, but the homes with their unique history will continue. The Alphabet homes are as much Richland as the top-secret war project that bordered the city. Pearson's Alphabet Homes, a legacy worth remembering.
Well, I always told people that you've got to give it 2 years. I mean, so many people came here and left Richland very quickly because the women couldn't stand, we'll say, the isolation, the dust, just nothing to do, no culture, you know, nothing like that. We stayed because he had a good job. He could get his education. I could work, and we did make friends here, and we liked it. After the 2 years, as I always told people, when I would meet new people and they'd say, oh, I don't know if I can stand it, I said, give it 2 years. You're going to find it's a great place to bring up kids. And it was a great place to bring up kids.
We learned to love it here. When I first came here, it's the ugliest place I have ever been. Because my family, I'd come home from college, and there would be tumbleweeds blowing down the street, you know, sand, And when Ray said he was coming back here, I just said, oh no, I don't want to go back there. And he says, well, that's where my job will be. But over the years, I've loved it here. I wouldn't care to live anyplace else.
Yeah, sure, it's a government town. The government doesn't own it anymore. The owners, the houses own it, and it's wonderful. I would never consider moving anywhere else.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Now I know my ABCs. Won't you come on home with me?
down. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going. Fast lane is never slowing, but sometimes you just gotta enjoy the moment. In the palm trees, baby. Soft top down, too fast to be hot now. When chill, cool when I roll round. Palm trees, Kelly got the best roads, I just wanna get go. Gone off the best smoke, messing up my head when I'm flying in convertibles. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going. Giving me palm trees. Palm trees on the west coast. Soft top down, too fast to be hot now. When chill, cool when I roll round. And the palm trees of the palm trees on the west coast. Summer breeze, I love. Going off the best smoke, messing up my head when I'm flying in convertible. West Coast. Rolling fast, just smoke, she rolled it cause I said so.
Summer breeze.
Soft top down, too fast to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going. Fast lane and never stolen, but sometimes you just gotta enjoy the moment. In the palm trees,
baby.
Soft top down, too fast to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round.
Summer trees, palm trees, baby.
Cali got the best roads, I just wanna get go. Gone off the best smoke, messing up my head when I'm flying in convertibles. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going.
Giving me
In the palm trees on the West Coast. Soft top down, too fast to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round. In the palm trees on the West Coast.
summer breeze. I love
Gone off the best smoke, messing up my head when I'm flying in convertible. West Coast. Rolling fast, just smoke, she rolled it cause I said so.
Summer breeze.
Soft top, top down, too fast to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going. Fast lane is never stolen, but sometimes you just gotta enjoy the moment. In the palm trees,
baby.
soft top, top down, too fast to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round.
Summer trees, palm trees, lay back.
Cali got the best roads, I just wanna get go. Gone off the best smoke, messing up my head when I'm flying in convertibles. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going.
Giving me summer
in the palm trees. Palm trees on the West Coast. Soft top, top down, too fast to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round. In the palm trees, to the palm trees on the West Coast.
summer breeze. I love you.
Gone off the best smoke, messing up my head when I'm flying in convertible.
Sweet.
round. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going. Fast lane and never slowing, but sometimes you just gotta enjoy the moment. In the palm trees,
baby, so sweet.
Soft top, top down, too fast to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round.
Summer trees, palm trees, lay back.
Cali got the best roads, I just wanna get go. Gone off the best smoke, messing up my head when I'm flying in convertibles. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going.
Giving me
in the palm trees. Palm trees on the west coast. Soft top, top down, too fast to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round. In the palm trees of the palm trees on the west coast.
summer breeze, I love.
Gone off the best smoke, messing up my head when I'm flying in convertible.
So sweet.
Coast. Rolling fast, jet smoke, she rolled it 'cause I said so.
Summer breeze.
Soft top, top down, too best to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going. Fast lane and never slowing, but sometimes you just gotta enjoy the moment. In the palm trees,
Baby, so sweet.
soft top, top down, too best to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round.
Summer trees, palm trees, lay back.
Cali got the best roads, I just wanna get go. Gone off the best smoke, messing up my head when I'm flying in convertibles. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going.
Giving me a summer
in the palm trees. Palm trees on the west coast. Soft top, top down, too best to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round. In the palm trees of the palm trees on the west coast.
summer breeze. I love
Gone off the best smoke, messing up my head when I'm flying in convertibles. roll round. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going. Fast lane and never slowing, but sometimes you just gotta enjoy the moment. In the palm trees,
baby, so sweet.
Soft top down, too fast to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round.
Summer trees, palm trees, lay back.
Cali got the best roads, I just wanna get gone off the best smoke, messing up my hair when I'm flying in convertibles. Told her grab the wheel, then I let go. Hands in the air, head back, let go. Eyes closed, freeway, no fear, top gear. Came back gentle. Hope this ride don't ever end, go till forever and more. It's these moments that I always enjoy, so I gotta keep going.
Giving me summer breeze.
Palm trees on the west coast. Soft top down, too fast to be hot now. Wind chill, cool when I roll round. And the palm trees on the west coast.
Summer breeze, I love you.
Gone off the best smoke, messing up my head when I'm flying in convertible.
So sweet.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here this evening. Welcome to the City Council regular meeting, Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026. And Jen, would you lead us in a roll call?
Mayor Richardson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kent. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Van Dyke.
Present.
All habits. Councilmember Holton.
Here.
Councilmember Jones. Here. Councilmember Meyer.
Here.
Councilmember Witten.
Here.
And Councilmember Samuel.
Here.
Thank you.
Everyone's here, no one to excuse. Thank you, everyone, for making this a priority. We have a good track record. I've asked Mayor Pro Tem to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Van Dyke.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. First off on the agenda tonight is the swearing in of Councilmember Todd Samuel. Welcome. Just feel free to get up and join Jen there in the middle.
Solemnly swear or affirm
That I will support the constitutions of the United States and the state of Washington.
will support the constitutions of the United States and the state of Washington,
And the charter and ordinances of the city of Richland.
charter and ordinances of the city of Richland,
And will faithfully discharge the duties of the office
and will faithfully discharge the duties of this office
of City of Richland, Council Position Number 4.
of the city of Richland, position number 4.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Welcome, Councilmember Samuel. We're excited that you're here joining us, so look forward to more discussions in the future. Next, we have new hires and retirements with Lacey Paulson.
We would like to recognize our new employees that were hired during January. On January 5th, we had 2 new hires. Jaden Scatton was hired as an IT systems administrator with the Information Technology Division, and Leonardo Gallardo was hired as a police officer with the Richland Police Department. On January 20th, we had 4 new hires. Clayton Rice was hired as a police officer with the Richland Police Department. Jonah Beam was hired as an emergency communications dispatcher with CCOM. Jennifer Chauviller was hired as an emergency communications dispatcher with CCOM. And Leah Lafferty was hired as a human resources generalist with the Human Resources Division. On January 26th, we hired 10 new firefighters with the Fire and Emergency Services Division. Gabriel Schmiff, Jarrett Pullen, Isaiah Murillo, Aiden Renwick, Wyatt Flagg, Mason Brown, Lucas Anderson, David Buckingham, Braden Mooney, and Grady O'Neill. On January 28th, we had 2 new hires. Mike Hayter was rehired as a police officer with the Richland Police Department, and Cassidy Clark was hired as an emergency communications dispatcher with CCOM. Welcome, new hires, to the City of Richland. There are no service retirements to recognize for January.
Welcome to all those new hires, especially the first responders. Hope I never have a chance to meet you, but I'm glad you're there. We have nothing on the agenda for public hearing. That leads us to public comments. Would you please read the script?
The purpose of a public comment period is to give the audience an opportunity to provide comments to City Council regarding agenda items or other topics It is an official, on-the-record communication geared toward giving City Council information and opinions to consider in its decision-making process. The public comment process is not designed for interactive dialogue with council members or for posing questions expecting an immediate response. Many questions require an opportunity for information gathering and deliberation. For this reason, council will accept comments but will not directly respond to comments, questions, or concerns raised during the public comment period. To provide an orderly process, audience members who wish to speak should raise your hand and wait to be acknowledged by the mayor, approach a lectern when invited to do so, and begin by stating your name and the city you reside in before speaking. After speaking, please write your name on the speaker's sign-in sheet. To ensure that every participant has an opportunity to be heard, public comments will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. For your convenience, the time prompter placed on the lectern will alert you with an amber light when 15 seconds remain. At the end of your time to speak, a red light will flash and a buzzer will sound. In the interest of running an orderly meeting, council asks that you do not duplicate comments made by a previous speaker. Instead, please confirm your agreement with statements previously made. Council also asks that speakers conduct themselves respectfully so that all participants feel welcome and have the opportunity to be heard. Please avoid interruptions, personal attacks, or disruptive behavior. When appropriate, the mayor may refer certain topics raised to the city manager for additional review or action. And please note that if a speaker intends to give council members records of any kind as part of a presentation, the records must be handed directly to the city clerk for distribution. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to speak this evening, would you please raise your hand and I'll call on you. The gentleman right here in the plaid, would you like to start us off? You can speak first and sign later.
Hello, my name is Miguel Barrios. I live here in Richland, 1319 Totten Avenue. I have an issue for the last 6 months and I don't know what to do anymore. My neighbor moved in about 6 months ago and they moved in with 7 cats. They just let them run around and I need help. I've called the City of Richland Police Department. They can't do anything. They advised me to get a no contact order against them. The no contact order, they require pictures of me having the cats relieving themselves in my house. I contacted animal control. They can't do anything. They contacted them and I don't know what to do. I call code enforcement. They have 7 cats in a little house with 5 people living in there. And they let them out, just run around the whole neighborhood. I'm not the only one that has an issue with them. My neighbor across the street has an issue with them, but I need to do something because it's driving me insane. I leave my house about 4 o'clock in the morning, 3:30, 4 o'clock, and I stepped on their feces. And on my way to work, I had to smell it all the way to work. And it takes me about an hour and a half to get to work. So I need some answers. I need some help. I don't know what to do anymore. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, second row.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Dare, and I live here in Richland. And I did bring a couple people with me, different veterans. They're going to speak on different topics, and so we're not the same topic. But we all work at Columbia Basin Veterans Center. I am the executive director, moved here about 7-8 months ago from Nevada, so it's fun being here with you and getting to know everybody. And so my goal today, I actually gave you a flyer and my card, is to make sure you just know what we're doing. I think you, in some ways, might know more about this than I do because you've been here a long time and I'm newer, but we have a lot of new projects we're doing. What we do here in the community is support our veterans. I think it's crucial that we all, as a region, do that. The amount of veterans in this community is quite amazing in the sense of percentage. And so with that said, what we get to do, you obviously know there's no VA here in the sense of what we bring to the table of connecting veterans to services. And so we get to play that role. But we need your help in the sense of just making sure we're all doing it together. If you have questions, we want you to know what we're doing, how we're doing it, And we also want to invite you to our gala. I want to give you a tour of our place and also know what you're doing for veterans and how we can assist you. I did bring a couple different people. They'll take their 2 minutes if you don't mind. And one actually works in one of the homes that's here in Richland. It's a transitional home. And the other one works with our Veterans Therapeutic Court. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you. If the others would like to come forward.
My name is Steve Lato. I'm a United States Navy veteran, Vietnam era. And I've been working associated with the Columbia Basin Veterans Center since 2018. And I think it's important that veterans are able to find the things, the resources that they earned. My particular job right now is I'm the mentor coordinator for the Benton County Therapeutic Court. And it's exciting for me because we've had 81 graduates since October 2019, have saved Benton County about $870,000. So I'm involved with a government project that has a return on investment, and that makes me pretty happy. But what I really like is that I've got young and old veterans who get a chance to stand before the court in a non-adversarial environment, unless they find themselves deserving that adversarial environment, and they get a chance to become citizens that add to the community. They get a chance to reconnect with people in their community. And we do something at the Columbia Basin Veterans Center that's called Coffee Bunker Northwest. And it's a 3 times a month opportunity for them to find that old and now new community from what they were. So I appreciate you hearing about that. And I hope someday you'll come and visit us at the center. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is King Mars. I'm resident here at Richland. I'm also born and raised here in the Tri-Cities. Graduated from Kamaikan. My son graduated from Richland, and he's a Marine now too. So proud of him. I run the transitional houses for the Columbia Basin Veterans Center. So it's basically helping homeless veterans or veterans who have run on a hard time get a leg up, get back up. So we give them free place to stay. We help them with food, clothing, get them services that they might need, education, whatever, and then try to get them back out on their own. One house is in Kennewick, the other one's here in Richland. So we're always looking for partners to help us out because we do get some money from the VA from our grant, but it's not a lot, and both of our homes are pretty old. So a lot of that money goes back into the house, trying to fix it up because I want to make sure that these veterans have a good place to live, not just a rundown place. So if you guys ever have any questions, come down to the center. You can ask for me. I usually don't work out of there that much, but you can always give me a call and I can answer any of your questions. Or if you come down to the Coffee Bunker Northwest, we'll see you there too. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. In the back row there.
Hello, my name is Jean Stava. Hello, my name is Jean Stava. I live in Richland. During the January 20th Richland City Council meeting, there was a presentation on technology improvements for the Richland City Police Department. One of the possible adoptions mentioned very briefly was the use of AI to write initial reports for body cam footage. Taking into account AI's tendency to hallucinate incorrect information, I found the mention of this use of technology highly alarming. Just in an extreme example, it was recently reported in the news that an AI body cam report generating tool being tested by a police department in Heber City, Utah, claimed an officer turned into a frog during an incident. A white paper written by the ACLU in 2024 states that because police reports play such an important role in criminal investigations and prosecutions, introducing novel AI language generating technology into the criminal justice system raises significant civil liberties and civil rights concerns. These concerns include the unreliability and biased nature of AI, evidentiary and memory issues when officers resort to this technology, and issues around transparency. In the end, the report states we do not think police departments should use this technology. I would ask the City Council to be very cautious in entertaining such a proposed use of AI and be diligent in vetting such a technology. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there anyone else that would like to present tonight? Seeing none, Clerk Rogers, would you please read the consent calendar?
Items on the consent calendar have been distributed to the City Council in advance for reading and study, are considered to be routine, and will be enacted by one motion of the Council with no discussion. Council members may transfer individual items to items of business for deliberation before voting. Starting with the minutes, we have the approval of the January 20, 2026 City Council regular meeting minutes and the January 27, 2026 City Council special meeting and workshop meeting minutes. There are no ordinances for first reading or second reading and passage on tonight's agenda. Resolutions for adoption include Resolution Number 2026-11, authorizing an amended and restated Southeast Regional Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force Interlocal Agreement. Resolution Number 2026-12, ratifying a grant agreement to Greater Health Now for mobile integrated healthcare program funding. Resolution Number 2026-13, authorizing a professional services agreement with Cross Rider, Inc. for Columbia River Shoreline Stabilization Design Services. Resolution Number 2026-14, authorizing a consultant agreement with Parametrics, Inc. for 2026 landfill environmental monitoring services. Resolution Number 2026-15, authorizing an application to the United States Department of Transportation, better utilizing investment to leverage development grant program. Resolution Number 2026-16, authorizing a pre-construction funding agreement with the Washington State Department of Commerce Public Works Board for the wastewater treatment plant anaerobic digester improvements project. Resolution Number 2026-17, authorizing a service agreement with Waltech 2 Incorporated, doing business as Intermountain Materials Testing for materials testing services. Resolution Number 2026-18, authorizing a First Amendment to the option agreement with Washington Energy, LLC. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, is there any item that you would like to pull for further discussion?
Yes, I would like to pull item 11, resolution number 2026-18.
Thank you. We will put that under items of business. May I have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar with the one item pulled?
Move to approve the consent calendar as modified.
Second.
A roll call vote is required.
Mayor Richardson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Van Dyke?
Aye.
Councilmember Holton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Witten?
Aye.
Councilmember Samuel?
Aye.
Thank you.
So generally, we have the pulled items after the other items on business, but since we're going to be talking about council assignments, would it be out of order to take up this one item number 11 now? Okay, we'll do it. So Councilmember Meyer, what's on your mind?
So I just thought it would be a good idea to pull this off the consent calendar. This is an amendment to an option agreement, which has been in the works for a while. But if we could just sort of get a 1,000-foot view of where we are in the process, what exactly effect this has on the process, whether this ties into any other ongoing efforts, et cetera. I just wanted to sort of air it out, and that way people can have confidence that this stuff is being paid attention to appropriately. So I don't have any opposition to the actual item, but I wanted the opportunity to discuss with staff sort of where we are with it.
Thank you, Councilmember Meyer and the balance of council. We do have a representative from Washington Energy with us here this evening if we'd like to hear from that side of the fence as well. But what this resolution does is essentially extends a closing date to provide additional due diligence for the buyer of this property. The option agreement does contemplate the ability to move this date out through this kind of an action. This amendment does not affect the payment schedule, so payment has already been received. It's being held by a third party right now. It's sort of an escrow. It's a $50,000 payment. It's the first of 2 payments for this particular option. So this agreement doesn't affect the payment schedule, it just affects the due diligence period. So as I understand, the buyer is looking to get out on the site week after next with their survey team to start setting corners, and that'll help establish the actual description of the property for option number 1, which will be purchased. So this isn't, in staff's perception, a delay tactic or any way to change the principal terms of the agreement. We're still under the terms of that agreement. You've probably seen also in the press that General Matter has received a task order from the United States that activates its existing purchase order that it received from the Department of Energy to supply enriched uranium to the United States as a way to shore up a domestic stockpile of that product as part of President Trump's energy vision. That task order, as is published in materials that you could find on the internet today, is valued at $900 million. It's task order number 1 to that purchase order. There are a few whereas statements that describe how Richland may be playing into the national strategy. I think that will be coming into focus here soon. General Matter, doing business here in town as Washington Energy, does have a national strategy on how to address this purchase order contractual requirement with the United States. You'll see in one of those whereas statements that their requirement in that contract is to provide highly enriched uranium called HALEU to the Department of Energy, again, to help address this deficient stockpile of the material in this domestic stockpile. In the process of making highly enriched uranium, there's a feedstock required for low enriched uranium, and it just so happens that that's going to be a product that will likely be produced by General Matter as well in the process of fulfilling that purchase order with the United States. Creates new business opportunities for them to develop that product within the United States. And again, their national strategy is still coming into focus, and it hasn't been revealed yet in terms of which sites are doing what, but I will say that Richland is still in play.
Thank you for your presentation. Councilmember Meyer.
Just one quick question. This land, correct me if I'm wrong, I might be, but this specific land was transferred to Richland a while back for this purpose, not this specific deal, but for the advancement of energy and industry in the area. Is that correct?
Several years ago, it was originally transferred from DOE to TRIDEC. TRIDEC transferred these lands mostly 50-50 to the Port of Benton and City of Richland. City of Richland and Port of Benton recently completed a land exchange agreement as a way to implement the community's vision for the Clean Energy Park. And so this particular land in question, yes, was recently contemplated in the land exchange agreement between Port of Benton and City of Richland.
Okay, just making sure all the context is there for everybody. Thanks very much. I appreciate you walking us through that.
Thank you. Good explanation. Appreciate it. Next on the agenda is council assignments.
Mayor Richardson?
Yes.
Could we get a motion on the resolution?
I will move to approve resolution number 2026-18, authorizing a first amendment to the option agreement with Washington Energy LLC.
I second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Richardson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Van Dyke?
Aye.
Councilmember Holton?
Aye.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Witten?
Aye.
And Councilmember Samuel?
Aye.
Thank you.
So now we have, the next item on the agenda is council assignments, and our city manager will walk us through the process.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Handing out a spreadsheet as well as a informational council reference guide, if you will, to help council through this discussion. The purpose of tonight's discussion is we have a number of internal boards, committees, and commissions that help council make their decisions, whether it be the Planning Commission, the Parks and Recreation Commission, Economic Development Committee, and so forth. I believe in total there's around 30 boards. Not all of those are internal boards. There are a number that are external boards, such as Benton Franklin Transit Board, the Benton County Mosquito Control Board, to give you some examples. We also, the council also has liaison assignments with Port of Benton, Port of Kennewick, various chambers, Visit Tri-Cities, and then there are also some national organizations represented in relation to our proximity to Hanford and what goes out there. So, for example, there's the Hanford Communities Governing Board, the Energy Communities Alliance, and so forth. And so, after last week's workshop, I asked each council member to send to me their top 5 boards that they were most interested in. And this spreadsheet represents a matrix of all the boards and commissions, as well as who was interested in what boards. And you will see that there are some boards that have, for example, Code Enforcement Board that has multiple council members interested in serving on that board. And then the ones that are white or don't have a color are ones where no one expressed an interest, but we need someone to fill that position. And so I also handed out this text document that has all the information. You have already received this electronically, but if we need to refer to any information on any of the boards or commissions here tonight, you have that available for you. Before I turn it over to the mayor and the council to have a discussion on filling all those positions and determining who is on what board, I've asked our city attorney, Heather Kinsley, to discuss the role of a council liaison, particularly as it relates to our internal boards, commissions, and committees. We have 2 new council members with us. Some have served in capacities on boards and commissions in the past, but thought that would be a good starting point for tonight's discussion.
Thank you. So just for your own reference, if you are looking for more detail about any of the expectations related to serving as a liaison or as an assigned member on an internal or external board, this is all codified in Richland Municipal Code 2.04.125, which is titled Selection Process for Council Appointments and All Other Appointments Not Covered by RMC 2.04.120. Which I'm sure we've all committed to memory. The most important takeaway, I think, that we would hope council will carry from this discussion is the idea that the council liaison for internal boards and commissions is not member number 7 or member number 8 or member number 6 on those boards and commissions. The real purpose behind your presence at those boards and commission meetings is to hear what's being said and carry council's, consensus about ideas forward to the board or commission if you see that they're maybe moving in a direction that isn't necessarily aligned with what council would hope to see happen. And to carry information back to the council from those particular boards and commissions that you might serve on. It's not to serve as an ex officio member. And sometimes in the past we've had previous council members, nobody here, who took their role a little bit further than maybe they should have in participating as a member or trying to influence outcomes that really should have been left up to those boards and commissions to work through. So it is, I think, fairly succinctly written under subsection A of this RMC, and it reflects that a council member shall not be a voting member of the board, commission, or committee and shall participate only to a limited degree. The member's purpose is primarily to communicate council policy to the board, and to take back to the council recommendations and questions. And the council members shall also gather information about the boards, commissions, or committees and communicate it to the council when appropriate. In particular, and this is probably the more important piece, council members shall not direct any activities as a leader of the boards, commissions, or committees to which they are assigned. So we just want to keep everybody's expectations realistic about what the role is and what the role is not. Of course, that does look a little bit different if you get an assignment to an external board and you are assigned as a member, as a voting member. All of those external boards and commissions will have their own bylaws and that will direct what your involvement looks like, if voting by proxy is allowed, what the expectations are for meetings, whether it's remote or always in person. So you would, of course, defer to the rules of those external boards and commissions for those service requirements. But as it relates to internal boards and commissions, save the pension board, which is its own unique animal. Generally, you are there as an interested party who is a conduit of information, but not as an acting member.
Thank you, Attorney Kinsley. I will point out that you will see in some of the cells on the spreadsheet that there is a double X. Those are because it's required by ordinance or by charter or municipal code that those individuals serve on those particular boards. And so there isn't room for, I guess, discussion as to whether or not someone else has that assignment. That is in regards to Emergency Operations Board, that the mayor has to fulfill that role, Firefighter Pension Board, and then on Police Pension Board, both the mayor and the mayor pro tem have to sit on that board per the rules of the charter of that board.
Thank you. Appreciate the explanation. And as we go through this list, you can see that there's several that are blank. We're going to have to do some negotiation here. So we'll go through the list, and where you see multiple listings there may be some trades that'll be made or discussion about first priorities, scheduling, that kind of thing. So let's start off with the Arts Commission. That's an easy one since there's just one member there, so thank you, Councilmember Witten. Code Enforcement Board, we have 3 that have expressed interest, Witten, Meyer, and Samuel. Would you guys like to make your pitch?
I'll kick it off. I volunteered that. I currently sit on that board, and I would have been happy to continue it. I didn't know whether or not our newest council member would have expressed an interest in that, but personally, I think that's a natural fit since he served on that board. But so that's why I marked that down, is a willingness to continue that service. But if other folks are interested in giving that a shot, then I'm willing to stand aside.
Thank you. Any other comment?
Real quick, maybe just like a point of order. Are we doing alternates at all?
Alternates is not something that's required. I would suggest that in general, if someone knows that they aren't available, what our practice has been is to reach out to the mayor, to inform the mayor, and then for the mayor to see if someone is available to fill that slot.
Thank you for that clarification. Good. Councilmember Witten, would you like to comment on this one?
Yeah, I've had a number of incidents personally that lead me to want to kind of sit in on code enforcement. I think that the direction that they're going to go in the future is important. However, I do have full faith in the Code Enforcement Board and other members of this council to sit in on that. So I'm not totally sold on it, or I'm not going to fight anybody over it. I would like to have at least one Tuesday off.
Councilmember Samuel.
Yeah, since I just I've been was serving on both the Code Enforcement Board and the Planning Commission, I was really hoping to have one of those two, either the Planning or Code Enforcement, as one of my assignments. So.
Any further comment? Who's going to cry uncle?
Would it be good to come back to it, and maybe the other ones would sort that out?
Well, I prefer going through them because we're going to have a lot of spots to fill up. But I'm open to a suggestion if you'd rather not sort this out.
I'll let Councilmember Meyer and Councilmember Samuel arm wrestle for it.
If I could make a recommendation, because I'm not in either one, so it's easy to talk about it. With Councilmember Samuel's been on Planning Commission for a while, that one's pretty important, and I think it'd be an opportunity for a liaison. So I guess I'm volunteering. If you were to pick one out of those, Todd, planning would be great.
Yeah, planning is probably my preference if I had to pick one, so, yeah.
They're not in conflict schedule-wise, so there's no physical reason to have to pick one, if that makes sense.
Yeah, there's just
Is anyone willing to drop their name on here in preference to one that still needs to be filled?
Well, I'll go ahead and say that the Mosquito Control Board and Brent and Franklin CAC are blank here, but I will stay on those.
CAC, okay. So I'm dropping your name off of the code enforcement option. Councilmember Meyer, you kind of cried uncle. Are you still
Yeah, I mean,
deferring to Samuel for that one?
I feel like we'd be setting our colleague up for success by putting him in these positions where he's been accustomed to the work and he knows the folks involved. I think it's a natural fit.
Good, thank you. EDC, we have one, Councilmember Jones. That's good, thank you. Then there's a couple that the mayor has to fill. Here we are on Library Board with three, Witten, Meyer, and Holton. So let's hear it for your pitch.
I can give you my pitch.
Okay.
Library Board is where I served as a volunteer, and I would have been on it before, but our former Mayor Pro Tem, Sandra Kent, pulled seniority on me. So anyway, it's a great board to work with, and I would really love to go back and spend more time with that mission.
Witten and Holton, let's hear from you.
I do have some interest in this board because the library is a very highly reputable part of our community. That's a very highly used resource, and I kind of want to see inside of that and get more involved. But I can go as a secondary, or I can defer to Councilmember Holton.
I love the library. I've been going there for 50 years. Recently, I was on the decorating party for that. I've been at one of the meetings to observe, and yeah, it's a great place, and I enjoy being involved.
Well, there's three good candidates. I feel like this is the Miss America program, and we're all hearing your pitch. I think it comes down to, do we want a new perspective on that board, or hang on to something that you've enjoyed doing in the past? So how are you guys going to handle this?
You might have to make an executive decision.
Yeah.
If I have to make an executive decision, I'm going to come back to that. Just to see where the empty slots are and if there might be some ability to fit into those spaces. So unless you want me to make a decision now. All right, lodging tax, we have one, Holton, so you have that one. Parks, we have Holton there. Planning Commission, we have three. Witten, Holton, and Samuel. I think Samuel has a strong position there, but Witten and Holton, do you agree?
Yeah, I'll agree to that.
Okay. Holton?
He has experience, yeah.
All right. Thank you. I've got the police pension. We've got Public Facilities District, 3 people interested in that, Jones, Holton, and Samuel. So let's start off with Jones.
I'm going to pull a seniority one, and 2 is continuity as well.
Could you turn on your mic? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to say seniority and continuity of, the same person attending the board versus a new person trying to get in and learn, what's happening, the history, and where they're going. So that's my pitch.
How about Samuel and Holton? Are you all right with that?
Totally fine with that.
Okay. Utility Advisory Committee. This is a spot that would be really good to have a council liaison in that role. Is there anyone that would consider adding their name there?
So I'm willing to give that a shot. I think I can make that schedule work.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my biggest grievance is I'm about to start a new job and I don't know what my work schedule is going to be.
Oh, okay.
But I think I probably can fit that one. So I'm willing to volunteer for that if we need a
Okay.
name.
I was just going to say that's a wonderful committee, and I've been happy to be a part of it for the last 2 years, but the schedule has been hard for me to make. I've had to take time off of work to get there, and so I'll have to pass this one on to someone else. So,
Kurt had put out there, it's great, you should do it. It's awesome insight. I might be an option to phone a friend if you need one day. I was on it a while ago and enjoy it, and if you can't make it, I can probably pinch hit if you need.
Yeah, my new job's in the Eastern time zone, so hopefully I'll be off work by the time this meeting starts.
Okay. Yeah. That is a really fine group of people. I think you would enjoy it. Okay, Ben Franklin Transit Board. I'm glad to see your name on that. It looks like there's some things to discuss and you get to carry on. Benton Clean Air Agency. We need a name there.
Mayor, I will suggest in the past that we have had staff fill this position delegated from council. If I were to give you a pass, this might be one.
All right, we'll take that.
And we'll figure it out internally.
We'll move on then to Benton County 2060 Affordable Housing Steering Committee. Is this one that meets as needed when there's funds to discuss? Can you fill me in a little bit more on that one? I read the paragraph.
I might need to look to staff to help me fill in on the, yes, it does say as needed and varies. So I don't have a lot of context I can give you other than as needed.
I am willing to do my best to meet the as needed varies requirement.
Is there anyone, though, that has a special interest in Affordable Housing Steering Committee? Because there'll be others that you can do the as needed and various option. But how about this one with affordable housing? Joanna? All right.
I'm sorry, did I miss that?
Joanna?
Okay, for 2060?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, excuse me, Councilmember Jones. Benton County Mosquito Board, we have Witten and CAC Witten. And then COG, we have 3 there. So Van Dyke, Jones, and Samuel. Let's hear from you. Mr. Van Dyke, Mayor Pro Tem, you're first.
So I think, Joanna, you've been on this one. I'm just looking for new things. If it's something you want to stay on, I don't have any challenges with that.
Yeah, I would like to say there's also the transportation meeting that happens, I can't remember, is it every month on Wednesdays? Yeah. Well, at the airport, so.
No problem, I'll withdraw.
Councilmember Samuel?
I will also withdraw.
Okay.
It's a 2-hour every fourth Thursday. Okay? Fourth Thursday? Oh, no, Friday. The last Friday.
Okay.
2-hour meeting from 10 to 12.
All right, Joanna, you've got that one. That next we have TRIDEC, and 4 people expressing interest: myself, Van Dyke, Jones, and Samuel. I'm going to make a pitch there. I've not been on that one before. I think I've hit most of the other commissions, and that's the one where other mayors are at, and I'd like to be a part of that.
That's fine with me. I might tag along sometimes to learn, but I'm not worried about that.
Okay.
That makes sense to me for you to be on it, Ashley.
If I'm not able to make it to a meeting, I'll reach out and see if you can be my proxy. Councilmember Samuel, are you okay with that? All right. You're already starting off to be a great guy to work with. Thank you. Port of Benton and Port of Kennewick, now that I see that. Those are important meetings to sit in on, a lot going on,
I've been
opportunity.
on Benton. I'll take that one again.
Will you?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yep.
Thank you. How about Port of Kennewick? Joanna, you were a part of that in the past, weren't you? Yeah. You don't want to.
It's, it's at 2 p.m. in the middle of the day. It's just really tough. I just cannot, yeah.
What day of the week is it?
On Tuesday, twice a month.
Yeah, it says second and fourth Tuesday at 2 p.m. It's at the Port of Kennewick facility on Clover Island.
Perfect for a retiree. Perfect.
Who's that?
You got volunteered.
Okay.
Gig tight. I have a gig on Tuesday afternoons at 2:15.
Okay, I'll step into that one.
Perfect.
Okay.
But I'm not retired. Richland Chamber of Commerce, Mayor Pro Tem Van Dyke added his name there. I like to go to those meetings. They're actually open to all council members to attend, and it is worthwhile to meet people that represent other businesses in Richland and get acquainted with what's going on. So I encourage all of the council members attending once a month.
That's fine.
Okay. So I don't know if we want to put X's on everybody there. Tri-City Regional Chamber of Commerce. That's a good meeting to go to. Leaders from all different sectors of the community, once a month meeting. Who would like to jump in there?
I'm willing to put my name in.
Oh, good. Okay.
I was just about to volunteer you. I think that the Tri-Cities Regional Chamber of Commerce and Visit Tri-Cities are some of the best ones to get to know the city. I've enjoyed both of those.
When are the meetings for those?
Tri-City Regional Chamber of Commerce is at 7 a.m. Visit Tri-Cities is at 7:30 a.m. So one is the third Wednesday of the month, the other is the fourth Wednesday, 7:30 a.m.
7 and 7:30.
Yeah.
Okay. If you pick Visit Tri-Cities, you get to sleep in a little bit.
You wanted to do one? Yeah, I could do one.
Okay, do you want to do Visit Tri-Cities?
Sure.
All right.
Thank you for volunteering, guys.
Thank you. Let's see, we have just one on the Law and Justice Council. Solid Waste Advisory Committee. This is where you gain great insight for riveting dinner conversations.
Really trying to sell that.
I did serve on this. I did serve on this committee in Franklin County, so I'm willing to step up and do this.
Really?
Benton
Oh,
County.
that's great. Thank you.
That could be interesting. Yeah.
Energy Community Alliance. I understand we can pick up to 3 on that one. Is that correct?
Let me refer to my guide here.
Okay.
So I've been on that one the last 2 years, so I'll throw my name in the hat for that one if there's a third spot open.
I believe you're correct. I would have to just double confirm that. I believe when we say up to 3 is that when they have travel associated to national conferences, they'll reimburse up to 3 positions.
Okay.
ECA is one I feel strongly about. One of the things I want to do is help congeal our community around development in nuclear, small modular, and the impacts on the communities. And this one's been exciting, if you can call it that. But I'm very interested in that one.
Which one is that?
ECA.
Oh.
Okay, I think we've
So-
got 3 in that spot.
Okay. Just confirming that was Richardson, Van Dyke, and Winton.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Hanford Communities Governing Board. Were you a part of that in the past?
Many years. I see the look. It's fine. And if you're going to do it, we might as well, unless someone wants to do it, roll in the Hanford Advisory Board. They're kind of different sides of the coin.
So I
there.
think that one is going to be a
Oh, no,
conflict of
that's-
interest.
Yep, no, you're right. That's not the one I meant to say. It was, crap. Oh, there's Hanford Communities. And ECA, sorry, it was the one I was already on.
Okay.
I don't want to be on the habit, never mind.
Okay. Hanford Communities Governing Board and Hanford Advisory Board, both of those are vacant.
So the Hanford Advisory Board is a complicated one, right?
Yes, that is a process that's vetted through the federal government. You cannot be a federal employee. It has in the past been members of council to fill. There's 2 slots. There's a primary and an alternate, but it does not have to be a council member. You can select someone. You can go through an application process, someone from the community. What I will caution you with, at least for this round, is that we're probably already skating on thin ice to meet their deadline if it were someone on council to go through a selection process of someone from the community. We will miss their deadline, and it's about an 8 to 9 month process. Currently, the positions for Kennewick, I believe it's, Kennewick, Pasco, and Richland are all vacant. All 6 positions are vacant. West Richland does have 1 person, and I believe also the county is vacant in that process.
So do we know how many degrees of separation? Because you say government employee, but P&L staffers are not government employees that are still
About 2 years
invalid.
ago, I tried, and it was
Right,
denied.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So the contractors working for Battelle Memorial are also excluded, so. Right, and so my question is, how far away, how many degrees of separation do you need before you're?
Yeah, I would have to confirm with them. I know that PNNL employees in the past have been denied. I haven't tested anything further than that
Okay.
on how specific they are.
Okay.
And I would put my hat in for that.
Okay.
And my husband is retired DOE. So I get top-notch information from him. He's master's degree nuclear engineering from MIT, many years with the Department of Energy. So I feel like I have some expertise other than changing diapers.
Is that for the Hanford Advisory Board or the Hanford Communities Governing Board?
That would be for the bottom row
bottom
they
one?
have.
Advisory Board.
Yeah.
Okay. Pat, I'll put you there.
It is not required to have both the primary and alternate. I think it is good to at least fill one of those positions.
Okay. How about Hanford Communities Governing Board?
Oh, I thought we landed on Mayor Pro Tem Van Dyke.
Okay, I missed that. I thought the look you gave was that, but it's good. Okay, that brings us to the Library Board.
Hold
Back
on.
up.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
If we can, Tri-Cities Regional Public Facilities District, there is one, Councilmember Jones has expressed interest. There needs to be 3. In order for them to hold a meeting, it's required that 2 of the 3 from each city attend. in order to have a quorum.
Which one is
The
this?
Tri-Cities Regional Public Facilities District.
I'll throw in-
They meet very rarely.
I'll jump on that one.
Same.
Okay.
I think they meet, what, once a year?
Once a year. Yeah.
Well, it says as needed varies, so hopefully I'll
Yeah,
have
as
some
needed
warning.
varies.
All I'm looking for is some lead time.
So at least two of the three, and we're good.
Okay. With the primary being Jones. All right. Okay, so Library Board. We have Witten, Meyer, and Holton. As you look out over your list of things to do, what do you think?
I have almost nothing assigned to me, and I am a past chair of the board, so I'm hoping that everyone will take pity on me and assign me to the library board.
You really want that.
I thought you had a bunch. You get transit.
Witten and
I'll withdraw
Holton.
my name from consideration for that one.
Okay. Holton.
Yeah, I'll let you take that, Eve. Although I love the library.
You are invited to
I
any
love the
meeting.
library.
There's no reason you can't still attend.
All right, guys, did I leave anything out? Everything covered? Wow, it's not even 7 o'clock.
Mayor Richardson, would you mind if I just go through this line by line, just to confirm?
Would you please?
Thank you. It would make me feel good. Arts Commission, Councilmember Witten. Code Enforcement Board, Councilmember Samuel. Economic Development Committee, Councilmember Jones. Emergency Operations Board, Mayor Richardson. Firefighter Pension Board, Mayor Richardson. Library Board, Councilmember Meyer. Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, Councilmember Holton. Parks and Recreation Commission, Councilmember Holton. Police Pension Board, Mayor Richardson, Mayor Pro Tem Van Dyke.
Did you jump over Planning Commission?
Sure did. Planning Commission, Councilmember Samuel. Thank you. Public Facilities District Board, Councilmember Jones. Utility Advisory Committee, Councilmember Meyer. Benton Franklin Transit Board, Councilmember Meyer. Benton Clean Air Agency, staff. Benton County 2060 Affordable Housing Steering Committee, Councilmember Jones. Benton County Mosquito Control Board, Councilmember Witten. Benton Franklin Community Action Committee, Councilmember Witten. Benton Franklin Council of Governments, Councilmember Jones. Tri-Cities Development Council, Mayor Richardson. Port of Benton, Mayor Pro Tem Van Dyke. Port of Kennewick, Mayor Richardson. Richland Chamber of Commerce, Mayor Pro Tem Van Dyke. Tri-Cities Regional Chamber of Commerce, Councilmember Samuel. Visit Tri-Cities, Councilmember Holton. Benton County Law and Justice Council, Mayor Richardson. Benton County Solid Waste Advisory Committee, Councilmember Samuel. Energy Communities Alliance, Mayor Richardson, Mayor Pro Tem Van Dyke, and Councilmember Witten. Hanford Communities Governing Board, Mayor Pro Tem Van Dyke. Tri-Cities National Park Committee, Mayor Richardson. Tri-Cities Regional Public Facilities District, Councilmember Jones, Witten, and Meyer. And Hanford Advisory Board, we will submit the name of Councilmember Holton, which we will need to get together to inform you of the application process.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for making this a smooth process and for your willingness to go above and beyond and attend these meetings. They're great opportunities to meet with people and discuss the issues at hand and then report back to us as needed. So with that, let's go ahead to comments, starting off with our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I will extend the comments on this in that you will start to see a number of emails come to your inbox from the different staff liaisons for those different boards, commissions, and committees. Calendar items, you will start to see a flurry of those start to flood your inbox, and we will be notifying the outside agencies and organizations that you have been designated. This will be formally ratified and adopted by resolution at our next city council meeting on February 17th. So we will bring this in a form of resolution, and these typically are assignments for 2 years, and then we'll have to figure out, given the interim assignment of Councilmember Samuel, how to adjust after the first of the year. So with that said, that's all on that item. Have no further comment as far as additional items. Thank you.
Thank you. Generally, we go around the dais and have a comment if you like, so I'm going to put you on the spot, Councilmember Samuel.
Sure. I attended my last Planning Commission meeting last week, and it was excellent to see Catholic Medical Center thinking about doing an addition that could be, very helpful to the Tri-Cities. And then the Planning Commission's continuing to work on their comprehensive plan, focusing on several different aspects of it. So good progress there.
Thank you. Councilmember Holton.
And we can say anything, right? I don't have to be as erudite as Mr. Samuel. Great to live in Richland. Went to the Cardi Party. That was the decorating thing at the library. Went to Richland High School, who are conference champs for basketball, and hopefully #1. And out to Hanford High School, Kiss Me Kate, and so you can still get out there. Richland's a great place to live. Lots of fun.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones.
Yeah, thank you. And I bring up the Tri-City Animal Shelter, or just, they're really not doing a good job for us. And I'm going to just bring this over and over again until we have a sit down and serious conversation as to what is it that we need to do in order to have a service in the community, City of Richland that is, that really serves our taxpayers. The Tri-City Animal Shelter, I think, is getting much worse than what it used to be when it was managed by an independent contractor. Now, almost every single meeting, we're having people come in and tell us all the things that they're trying to do, calling the animal shelter and not being able to accomplish anything. So I feel like we're spinning our wheels in here, and I hope that we can really have a sit down. Maybe this is something that we need to have a workshop about and really have a serious conversation to address the problem permanently and moving away from the Tri-City Animal Shelter.
Thank you. Councilmember Whitten.
Yeah, I'd like to see maybe a workshop presentation or something along those lines from Tri-City Animal Services to see where they're at and how things are going with them. And I would like also to see code enforcement probably take some action on the gentleman's neighbors who are overpopulated with cats that are roaming around the neighborhood and causing issues. But I'll defer to them for that. I would like to say that I was happy to see resolution number 2026-11, to see the City of Pasco added to the Southeast Region Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. So at any time we can expand our abilities there, I'm very happy to get after those people. To comment on the AI writing reports on body cam footage, I do understand that there is some hesitation there, and I don't think that the Richland Police Department would just offload that onto AI without having some kind of oversight on that. So I would imagine that we would tread lightly in that direction to use it as a tool, an aid, and not necessarily something that was completely automated. So I would support it in that role, but I do understand the hesitation and the pitfalls of using AI. So, and that's all I got.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
I think we might find ourselves in a situation here where if nobody can do anything to help the situation where somebody brings a cat hive into a neighborhood and the neighborhood's overrun, then maybe we need legislative tools that allow us to come in and fix that problem. So if nobody could do anything to help folks like that, and that's not the first person to come here voicing a similar complaint, then maybe it's time for us to make some rules that enable our law enforcement officers to take care of these folks. I am also concerned about the use of AI. It's my understanding that using AI during the drafting of a report does not absolve the officer writing the report of legal responsibility for the accuracy of that report. I personally would like to see any government employee using AI to draft anything should be disclosed as part of that final product. I don't think it's feasible to stop people from using these tools. Anyone can just go download an app and fire up a subscription and start using them. But I do think people should have the right to know when someone is deploying one of these cognitive offloading devices in order to do some of this work. So I would be interested to know what policies are being developed around topics like that, although I don't think it's necessarily something to be limited to just law enforcement or just report writing. I think it's a broader issue. And then the last thing I'll say is last time, around this time, I brought up some confusion that I had around the current status of our flock access limitations. I'm pleased to say that I got a pretty thorough response about that, and I wanted to thank both Chief Pilcher and City Manager Amundsen for putting together a pretty comprehensive response. I think it's important that we keep on top of access controls on these data generation tools, make sure we're protecting folks and treating this stuff responsibly. So I'm glad to see that there's movement on that front. And I think I'll shut up and let somebody else talk for a minute.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Van Dyke.
Yeah, real quick, I just wanted to express sincere gratitude for the work that's being done with our veterans. I think that our therapeutic courts and transitional housing, along with the efforts that we're making in resource coordinators, and then the new facility that's happening over in Kennewick, are things that can really make a difference to people in need in our community. I just want to say thank you to those folks. I want to welcome, there's a significant batch of hires, both in police and fire and EMS, and that was excellent. Really happy that we're finding good qualified candidates for that. I know that's been something on our mind for a while. Let's see, want to welcome Councilmember Samuels. We're happy you're here, and I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Just to pile on one aspect, the therapeutic courts, you'll start receiving some emails of their schedule and the different court system, veterans, addictions, mental health, all of those presentations and graduations in that system are inspiring to go to. And so when you see that email come through and you have time on your calendar, I highly encourage you to go to that. Other than that, I don't have anything else. Thank you. And City Manager Amundsen.
Thank you. Want to address a comment made by Councilmember Jones in that we do have a calendared item. Deputy City Manager Schissel will be attending an Animal Control Authority meeting on February 12th, and we will provide a report of that meeting and the steps that are generated from that on improvement or enhancement of the animal control shelter. So I believe that this is a first step in the right direction. I think that Pasco has the right intention, and I know that there are a number of issues that all the cities would like to address, and hopefully this is a step in the positive direction. A slight change from meetings in the past. Those have been done perhaps at staff members well within the organization, and we've all made a commitment to have someone at the city manager's office level attend those meetings going forward. So that is a change that will be going forward with the Animal Control Authority. So just wanted to give that brief update.
Thank you for that update. With that, I don't believe there's any other comment at this time, so it is 7:09. This meeting is adjourned.
came aboard in fall of 1958, and through a series of tests and practical experience, I became the battle stations diving officer, which actually meant I was the guy that took the ship down the first time. We worked our way down to test depth. You do that in increments, 100-foot increments, and each 100 foot you stop and check for leaks. And if there are no leaks, you keep moving on down. And once we got down to test depth, which for the Triton was 800 foot, then we were able to come up near the surface, back down. We put it through its paces, you know, right full rudder, left full rudder, and it had tremendous speed. I was like a new kid, you know, with his parents' new car. I was checking it out. I recall we didn't hear the official word until we'd been out a couple days. And the plan was to make sure everything was going to work before we headed on to sea. And I was standing in the after torpedo room when Captain Beach made the announcement that we were going to go around the world submerged. And I guarantee you could hear a pin drop. What? Yeah. Oh my goodness. But it was very quiet and everybody just stared at each other. And he said, the word was out before that we were going to go some tropical island, maybe down in the Caribbean. So everybody was coached to, you know, bring some tropical gear, swim gear, you know, aloha shirts. We didn't need them. We didn't need them at all.
Port of Benton Official Proclamation 2501 honoring USS Triton veterans and dedicating a commemorative wall at the USS Triton Sail Park. Whereas USS Triton SSRN 586 was one of the first nuclear-powered submarines operated by dual nuclear reactors, direct descendants of Hanford reactors, and whereas in 1960, in a historic first mission, Triton covered 26,723 nautical miles, completely submerged, and generally followed the around-the-world route explorer Ferdinand Magellan had attempted to navigate in 1521. And whereas in May of 1960, President Dwight D. Eisenhower presented Captain Edward L. Beach Jr. with a Legion of Merit, and Secretary of the Navy William B. Frank presented Triton's officers and crew with the Presidential Unit Citation. And whereas Triton stayed in operation until May 1969, and during its years of service served as a temporary home to 857 chief petty officers, and enlisted personnel. And whereas Triton performed several vital missions, demonstrating the capabilities of the first generation nuclear-powered submarine and American military and technological dominance during the Cold War. And whereas the USS Triton Sail Park commemorative wall located at 3300 Port of Benton Boulevard in Richland, Washington, stands as a tribute to the dedication and sacrifice of all the individuals who served aboard Triton. And whereas this wall served as a symbol of remembrance and gratitude for the community. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Port of Benton Commission expresses its sincere and truly wholehearted appreciation to all USS Triton officers and crew who served aboard Triton throughout its commissioning, and do hereby proclaim June 14th, 2025 as a day of celebrate Triton's veterans, commemoration of the USS Triton Sail Park, and reflect upon their sacrifices and honor to their legacy.
It's really a tribute to the submarine service and the men that served there. Just the list of the crew, 870 some odd people, right? Give or take. And I mean, I made 3 submerged cruises on this, 70 plus days, and the submarine was active from almost 10 years, and I was 20% of that. So, and I'm still talking about it to this day. I rode a couple of diesel boats, and they were exciting as well, but this one went under and stayed under. Oh, seeing this brought back a lot of memories. I was a shark shooter on the top of this. I would take an M14 rifle up when we had man overboard drills, or being inside in the helm, sitting at the helm. It was just awesome, yeah. So I went down the hatches of both of them, and I actually put my hands on them 60 years ago. So it's really a treat.
Thank you so much for joining us as we recognize and celebrate the veterans of USS Triton SSRN 586. I am Summers Mia, the Public Information Officer for the Port of Benton. I've had the honor and the privilege of working with the Triton veterans and other veterans groups to plan today's event. Now, representatives from the United States Submarine Veterans Inland Empire Base and USS Triton veteran John Wicks will lead the tolling of the boat's ceremony.
I'm John Wicks. I was the lonely fire control technician aboard Triton for several years, and it's just a pleasure to see a lot of old faces and some new faces. It's terrific. Great turnout. Kudos to the Port of Benton and their super PIO Summers Mia. Also, I think we've got some veterans, other submarine veterans here. Can I hear you? There you go. We've got some base commanders here that I'd like to mention. We've got Rick Newt, Jim DeMont, Rick Vilsky, and I think I missed somebody. And Rick is going to help me on this bell ceremony. The bell ceremony goes back a long time. It's kind of a at every meeting, most meetings, certainly when we talk about the people that are no longer with us. There's a lot of the bases go through this bell ceremony, and we'd like to do it today. It'll be a little abbreviated. We have 857 names over here that were on Triton for the 9 years and 8 months it was in commission. We're not sure exactly how many are not with us, okay? But we assume about 50%. So we certainly are missing all our captains, the 4 captains that we had. Captains Beach, Moran, Rollins, and Wadsworth. And one in particular, we had a Medal of Honor person ride the Triton and had left it, of course, and he's passed on. Ken Charette, thank you. So those are just particular, but we got another 425 or whatever it is, that have gone on. So I'd like to start off, though, in 3 segments. We had one individual that passed on that was on duty. He was a topside watch, named Dale Franklin Ellerwood. He's only 23 years old. He'd only been on board Triton, I don't know, about a year or something like that. And he did a slip and fall. Is Hal here? Hal Oberg? There you go. Hal and I came back from watching a Triton football game, chatted with Dale briefly, and then we went down the after torpedo room hatch, and then boom. A couple of minutes later, on the 7MC, I'm sorry, we heard he was gone. We were looking for him. Long story short, he did a slip and fall on the back. He was looking over to catch the draft, and apparently he slipped and fell, knocked himself out, and we found him underneath the screws around 4 o'clock in the morning. He was the only one. His wife was 3 months pregnant. We celebrated him also in 2014 because it was 50th anniversary of his passing. So we'd like to celebrate him one more time. Like to think about him. We're going to have a bell, and then we're going to have a moment of silence. Okay, the next 2 people specifically we'd like to chat about are two of the folks that kind of helped us just a year and a half ago put together a reunion that we had up in Charleston, and we had close to 100 people there. We had about, I think, 35 or 38 crew members at that time could show up, and the rest were friends and family. But we want to thank or remember. Thank you very much. That was going to become important. Raucous. We want to recognize Dave Kutzko and Howie Sassman. We worked with them very hard. Mike and I worked, Mike McCoy and I worked very hard to put that together, and then they really helped. And within 3 or 4 or 5 months, they were gone. And it tells you, I don't think there's anyone here or on Triton anymore that's alive that's younger under 80. We're all 80 and up. There's always a smart one who would screw me up. That's the way the crew was, Anyway, okay, so we got one, But probably the average age is 85, 86, and we got one we had someone here in the 90s, don't we? 92, and he works. He runs around like he's 18 years old. So at this time, I'd like to recognize everyone that has passed, the 400 and change that we believe have already gone on. They've got their oars in the water, and we'd like to. Well, first let's take the two. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. The second one, those two, Dave and Howie. Okay, and lastly, let's recognize everyone else that has passed on. Their oars are in the water. They've gone on, and hopefully down the road we'll all get together in a big reunion. What do you think? All right. Lights were dimmed, candles lit, and then the bell was tolled. Some prayers were said as we bowed our heads, as we watched the ceremony unfold. Names were called of those who died. They were shipmates and our friends. The bell was tolled for each of them. Their lives had come to an end. And as we stood in silent prayer with thoughts of what used to be, we're saddened that our friends are gone, but their souls are free. We remember them for what they are, shipmates, young and old. Our prayers go out to each of them whenever the bell is tolled. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Now I'm pleased to introduce Port of Benton Executive Director, Diane Howard.
Thank you, Summers. Hello. It is terrific to see everyone here today. Thank you for coming to help us pay tribute to the veterans of the USS Triton. Port of Benton worked with the U.S. Navy to preserve Triton's sail and conning tower for public display, and we preserved them here in the USS Triton Sail Park, which was dedicated on November 10th, 2011, exactly 52 years after Triton's commissioning. At nearly 448 feet long, USS Triton was the longest and most powerful submarine of its day. At the time of its commissioning, Triton was the first and only U.S. submarine to have 2 nuclear reactors, direct descendants of the Hanford reactors. The submarine is best known for its top secret mission called Operation Sandblast, which was on February 4th, 1960. The Pentagon gave secret orders to USS Triton Commander Captain Edward L. Beach that the submarine shakedown cruise, which is the final test of a commissioned naval vessel, would be like no other. Triton would become the first submarine to circle the globe while remaining submerged and undetected. The venture was well documented with several photographers aboard in Triton's log, which we actually have on display later this afternoon. It's an interesting and entertaining read and written by Captain Beach. The undersea operation would prove the American military might and technological capabilities of the first generation of nuclear-powered submarines during the Cold War. The mission also served a vital scientific purpose. The crew and the team of 8 technical and scientific personnel conducted research about Triton, our oceans, the sea floor, and the crew. Only the officers knew that Triton would be at sea for more than 80 days, which is double the anticipated duration. The crew learned about the secret exploit 2 days into the journey by Captain Beach, who announced, "Now at last I can tell you we are going on a voyage which all submariners have dreamed of ever since they possessed the means of doing so. We have the ship, we have the crew. We are going around the world nonstop, and we are going to do it entirely submerged." The mission was difficult, with the crew overcoming mechanical, health, and other challenges, but they were triumphant and completed their secret mission on April 25, 1960. Triton remained submerged and continued to Spain to deliver a plaque in tribute of Magellan's and Triton's historic voyages. The Latin inscription on the plaque translates to, "Hail, noble captain, it is done again." Triton was in service for nearly 10 years and performed several important missions, demonstrating the capabilities of first-generation nuclear-powered submarines. Some of Triton's other deployments include NATO exercises in the European waters, focused on detecting Soviet bombers in the Arctic. This deployment culminated with a port visit to the Bremerhaven, West Germany, from October 2nd to the 9th, 1960. Around 8,000 people toured Triton during its port of call, the first by a nuclear power ship to the European port. Triton arrived in Portsmouth Naval Shipyard in Maine in June of 1962 for conversion from a radar picket to an attack submarine. Beginning in April 1964, Triton served as the flagship for Submarine Force Atlantic Fleet and operated in that role until June of 1967. After nearly a decade of service, Triton was decommissioned on May 3, 1969. Over the years, 857 crew members have served aboard. I now invite Summers Mia back to the podium to introduce all of our Triton, USS Triton veterans that are here today.
Triton vets, please stand when your name is called, and I'll also invite you up front, in front of the sail, for a group photo once I read all the names. Edwin Birmingham, David Bowe, Fred Borgman, Captain James Carey, who is a Richland resident, Colvin Cal Cochran, Donald Cook, Gary Dowry, Michael McCoy, Elmer Norwood, Harold Oberg, Alan Staub, Alan Steele, Joe Tarza, another Tri-Cities resident, William Wells, and John Wicks. I also just wanted to say hello to several family members joining us via our live stream that we have running right now, including Harold Weston, who served aboard Triton from 1961 as captain of the boat. Harold, hello. We wish you were here. We miss you, but we hope you're doing well and glad you're joining us.
Triton veterans, welcome to the Tri-Cities. And to the men and women of the Port of Benton, I say, on behalf of the Triton veterans, thank you. Thank you very much for putting up this beautiful wall and, in fact, having this beautiful memorial here for our ship. This is something special. I think as you look at Triton's history, you can see that fate has intervened. Dan has told us several of the things, the submerged circumnavigation and the other special operations. Triton was especially blessed by fate to do that. But I want to reflect on one other aspect of faith for Triton, because Triton was decommissioned in 1969 and wasn't cut up until about 2010. That's a long time for a submarine once decommissioned to sit around. And I think fate was stepping in because they were waiting to cut the ship up until the Port of Benton was ready to look for a submarine sale. And fortunately, they came together and we have this beautiful, beautiful memorial. And Triton veterans, to have our names on a plaque like this is indeed something special. Thank you. Thank you.
Any others before John comes up? Okay. All right. Here they come.
I want to thank the city here for a great thing you put on here to remember this sale. But one of the things I want to tell all you civilians is, you know what? When you got a little young wife about 20 years old, she said, "How long are you going to be gone, honey?" I says, "You know what, darling, I really don't know, but we've been loading stores for about 2 weeks, and I can't even walk the submarine because we got everything stacked in the passageways." And we didn't have oxygen generators on the Triton. We had mining cannons. If you don't know what a mining cannon is, you need to look it up because that's what we had to breathe with, you know. Also, my wife says, "What are we going to do for money?" I said, "You know what? They're making us fill out all these envelopes and they're going to mail you a check." So that is one of my great stories about people always ask me, "How'd you know how long he's going to be gone?" Only way we know is how many stores we load. Thank you very much. Thank you for, hey, I like these Congress people, you know. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Gary Dowry, and when I served on there, I'm going to tell you a story about that thing right there. We had been out to sea to, I think it was to check this new screw that they had put on because a tug hit us coming in. And we're coming back up the river, and if I recall, it was snowing. And I was wetting the heavey on the other side for number 2 line, and I hear all back emergency. And I look up, and all I see is a black sail and a red running light. I dove in there. Well, when we get back, the next day they had a critique, and they realized that running light, where is it? Right there. EB had put the reflector in that's behind it in front of it. They thought they were overtaking us. Now when we reported green light and red light, there's a hole in the top, we could see it. But they thought they were overtaking us. We didn't get hit, but we come close. So that's my story about the sail.
Hi, my name is Mike McCoy. I served on the Triton from 1965 to up to about the decommissioning in '69. And I started to go to the reunions in year 2000, and I met some real heroes like Captain Beach, Cal, Dave Bowe. These guys went around the world. They're plank owners, and that's really special. Plank owners is in the Navy is when the boat goes in the water, the people who go in the water, they're the plank owners. So the Triton, we were saying, only under 10 years, but for the last 56 years, we've been having reunions. And I didn't start going, like I said, till 2000. And I want to thanks to the people that kept our spirit going all these years. I said I started in 2000, but there were reunions before that. I really want to give thanks to Harold Jackson and the chief, Harold Weston, because they really did the heavy lifting from 2004 to 2016 reunions. That's a lot of work that we're only having 16 people signed up for this one. We used to have 100 people, and there was funds and everything that they had to handle. And I also want to thank our wives, our partners that came, accompanied us for all these reunions. So thank you very much.
Yeah, hi, my name is Ed Birmingham. I was a sonar man in the mid-60s, and I'm delighted to be here to see this sale again, and to thank you all of the people who have set this up. I was, part of my job as a sonarman, believe it or not, I was a sharpshooter sitting on the top of that sail with an M14 rifle. And also I've spent a lot of time on the helm in here, so I'm looking forward to get a tour and see where I sat all those many years ago. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. It's really great to see you guys, especially we got nice weather for it. My name is David Bowe, and my little story is when I was a young man in high school, I read a book called Run Silent, Run Deep, written by Captain Beach. And I said, when I graduate, I'm going in the Navy, and I'm going to volunteer for submarine duty. Well, I graduated from submarine school in December of '58. I reported on board Triton, and when did I report on board Triton? No. I'm getting to that age, folks. January of '59, and lo and behold, who was the skipper was Ned Beach. And I'll never forget, I finally got the courage up because I was just a seaman and he's a four-stripe captain. In those days, you didn't really approach him too much. But we were at sea, and he was sitting in the wardroom, and I was heading back to the after torpedo room. And I stopped in and I says, Captain, can I speak to you for a moment? He said, yeah. So I told him my story about how I wound up on submarine duty. And he looked up at me, and Ned was kind of a stoic person. And he puts his hands on his hips and he just growls. He says, well, that's just fine, Bo, that's just fine. Well, years later, one of the reunions, when after Ned had passed away, we had a reunion, and I had to tell his wife, what was her name? Ingrid, thank you. And when I was a young man, this woman was beautiful, and I had a big crush on the captain's wife. That's a no-no. Anyhow, but that's all I had was a crush. And so she was sitting on the other side of the dance floor, and I wanted to share that story with her. So I walked over and I says, Mrs. Beach, now mind you, she's in her 90s, and wasn't even working on a cane then. And I related the story to her. She goes, well, that sounds just like Ned. She says, but you know, Mr. Bowe, she says, I thought you were going to come over here and ask me to dance. So I said, okay, but it's got to be a real slow one. But I won't take up any more of my time, but I just want everybody to know my little story there. And again, God bless you all for being here. I grew up on this submarine. I spent 6.5 years on it. I reported aboard as a seaman apprentice reservist, which is kind of like this, and left there as a first-class standing diving officer watches. And I knew I had to leave when the third commanding officer came into control room one day and gave an order, and I looked at him like, well, who the hell are you? This is my boat. I give the orders. I knew I had to go. Thank you, everybody.
Bo was the king of the after torpedo room. We reported aboard when we came down the after torpedo room, we'd salute him. So listen, I'm going to start off with a quote that the greatest first baseman in the history of baseball said. It was July 4th, 1939. And he said, and by the way, he had taken himself out of the game in May because he was experiencing some very difficulties physically. Turns out he had ALS, or, as we call it today, Lou Gehrig's disease. At any rate, he said, I feel, let me get it exactly right, I'm the luckiest man on the face of the world, on the face of the earth, excuse me. I'm the luckiest man on the face of the earth. And here's a guy that's, 2 years later was dead at the age of 38. He said this, he was 36 years old. I feel that way today. I've had an absolutely wonderful life. At 83 next month, I know, I'm not going to be around another 50 years. And I owe so much of the wonderful things in my life to this piece of steel back here, and just joining the Navy. Joining the Navy and then getting the luck to go on Triton was really fantastic. Literally, so many things have come, as a payback for that decision. And I'm so happy that this has all come to culmination. Thank you, Porter Benton and Summers. I was young and dumb kid, 19 years old. Yeah, we all were. What happened to that? Now we're still dumb, but we're old. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So the bottom line is, listen, this has been a 2.5-year-old project, basically. And I'm just so proud to witness this ceremony wall. So just a couple of things of my flashback of what I was on. First thing was I came on board, I think May 12th or something like that of 1962. And less than 24 hours later, I'm kind of skippy-doing through control. And from control, you went into cruise, where we slept, okay? And then we went down into cruise mess, and I'm going along and I'm whistling. I'm whistling on a submarine. All of a sudden, I heard this, "Hey, sailor." I thought it was coming, I thought God was actually talking down. And I had my foot up, I was stopped midair, And it turns out it was Captain Morin, and he says, "On my submarine, we don't whistle." I said, "Aye, Captain." Guess what? No more whistles. That was the end of that. I was a Mark 101 Fire Control Systems, fire control technician. I was like the Westinghouse repairman. The machine never broke. So I sat there and pretended like I'd be working on it sometimes, just so people didn't get envious of what the heck I was not doing. Anyway, it was a great field. But then my maneuvering watch was the best on the ship, best on the boat, I should say, because I was up there topside, all the way up in the top with the captain, and the two lookouts, and we take the boat out or bring the boat in. And all I had to do was listen to the captain and repeat any order that he said. Because submarines have backups. We have a primary, we always have a secondary, we always have an out. And so if the two commands came down and didn't match, they'd ask for it to be, reworded. Say again. And it was thrilling to work with George Morin. He was a great captain. Mr. Salt. Just a little background, Beach had 12 World War II cruises, 12 of them, combat cruises. Morin had 5. The last 2 were too young to be in World War II. But George Morin was a real salt, and I really appreciated being around him. And just a little thing about Dale Ellingwood. I mentioned we'd come back to him a little bit. Hal and I, as I mentioned, it come back and we saw and we talked to him. And that was probably the biggest traumatic thing that went on with Triton, with me anyway there, when he passed on, because it really dawned on you that we all are living on the edge. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, we're getting, thank God we're getting older. And, but life can be that way. We're here today and click, 23 years old, absolutely the prime of his life. And he really personified only the good die young, because this guy was an angel. Really, really, really nice man. I could go on and on, but they're going to start throwing rocks at me here. I'd like to wrap up with, I'd like to ask Summers to come up. So, this was my fourth daughter, by the way. When we started this project, it was really a phone call. And I introduced myself, she introduced herself, and we started talking. They've got a wonderful website, as you guys have known. And we started talking about, would it be neat? It's got everything on that website, but really nothing about the crew. It talked about the captains, of course, some people, but it really didn't have any discussion about the crew that much. So, gee, if we could get the list of the crew, do you think you could, paste it on or stick it on? She says, sure. She doesn't say a lot sometimes. Sure. So I went to Jackson, Chief Jackson, and he had Bupers that he had gotten the list, and so I gave her the list in about 4 or 5 blasts. It was a huge list, you can imagine, data, and they transformed it. And if you go, hopefully you've been to the website, and you go down to crew, you hit it, and the pages there, and you can wrap the pages, and we're all on there. So. After that, there was another phone call to Summers. Summers, wouldn't it be cool if we could get all those names on that Triton Sail Park sign on the back? Maybe 3 plaques or something like that? Sure. So, and then with Mike and Dave and Howie and everyone got behind it. The crew kind of got behind it. And so she told me, how much it would cost and everything, and I kind of choked. I thought maybe we could, I don't know, do a charity or something. But she was able to propose it to the commission, and with a lot of help, it got pushed through, and here we are. So, but we did say, look, as kind of a symbolic thing, the crew would like to at least donate $1. For everyone here, i.e. $857, 857 people, to have this thing, to be part of the team, to scrape off a little meat. I don't know who I give that to, you or your boss? All right. So, one other thing while we're here. We'd like to do something special. When you get older, you get a little, as I mentioned, dumber. So I had something done, and it was in my truck. And the day before we were going to fly out, we decided to take a Uber. And so we got on the Uber, got to the airport, and I remembered the thing that was in the truck, which was for Mia, was still in the truck. And I didn't bring it. But instead, like on a submarine, we always have backups, right? So, Michael?
Crew of USS Triton, SSN 586, hereby designates Summers Mia is now an honorary U.S. Triton shipmate. Over the past recent years towards the successful conclusion of the commemorative wall honoring Triton veterans has been remarkable. In addition, the crew has concluded that Summers has completed all submarine qualifications required and therefore been awarded submarine dolphins. Awarded on this date, June 14, 2005, to Summers Mia, USS Triton, SSN 586, Chief PO Officer, Submarine Qualified.
Yeah, she actually became honorary a year and a half ago at our reunion in Charleston, but we wanted to get it. I'll send that in the mail, I promise. It's a big, nice, it's a gorgeous plaque, by the way. I expect a picture back of that behind your desk, okay? And also we have gold dolphins, okay? We made you an officer. You know, Jim is the only one here that was an acting officer on board. We had a couple of other officers, though, that became LDOs. Very proud of them. But we made you also an LDO, okay? Congratulations. Once again, thanks to everyone, especially, again, the Port of Benton Commission, and especially the Executive Chairman, Diane Howard. It's really great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is so wonderful. I'd also like to just take a quick moment. He's not here, but the reason Triton is here is retired Commissioner Robert Larson really fought to bring Triton to Richland. So I'd just like to take a moment to recognize him today. Before I bring up our next guest, I just wanted to call you that's directly in front of the commemorative wall. Congressman Newhouse obtained this flag, which flew over the United States Capitol in Washington, D.C., in honor of today's event. Thank you to Congressman Newhouse and his staff. What an honor, especially because today is Flag Day. Now, please help me welcome Ashley Stubbs from Congressman Dan Newhouse's office.
Thank you, Diane. Yes, as Diane mentioned, my name is Ashley Stubbs. I'm the Deputy Chief of Staff and District Director for Congressman Dan Newhouse. And in preparation for today, I've been thinking what I would talk about. I came up with a theory that I would like to share with all of you, and that is that as a lifelong Tri-Citian, I think that there are 3 distinct phases that you move through when you grow up or live in the Tri-Cities. The first is, as a child, you are aware of Hanford, that it is important in some way, right? It's a big deal, but it just exists out there in the ether. Maybe your parents worked there or your friends' parents worked there. Phase 2 happens in high school or college, and that's when you take a few history classes, or you see the movie Oppenheimer, and you start to realize that it actually is a big deal. That the Hanford site, the plutonium, and the Manhattan Project were pivotal moments in the history of mankind. It's a double-edged sword, though. Yes, thank you. It's a double-edged sword, though, because Hanford is such a big deal that it starts to overshadow other things in the community. Phase 3 happens on days like today with projects like the Triton Sail Park and the commemorative wall, and it happens because of people like Diane and Summers and the Port of Benton, who make it a point to make sure that the history that's incredible in our backyard doesn't get overshadowed by Hanford. Congressman Newhouse entered a statement into the official United States congressional record yesterday. So if you feel so inclined to go read the congressional record online, just look for June 13th, 2025. And I'm happy to read that now. Mr. Speaker, I rise today for 2 reasons. To honor the crew members who served aboard the USS Triton, SSR 9586 submarine, and to commend the Port of Benton for commissioning a new commemorative wall honoring the Triton and her crew. Commissioned in 1959, the USS Triton holds a special place in the history of the U.S. Navy. Powered by 2 nuclear reactors, the Triton was the first submarine to complete a submerged circumnavigation of the globe. During the Cold War, the Triton was a vital part of the Navy's defense strategy as a leader in peace and security around the world. The members who served aboard her were at the forefront of this mission, often enduring long months of isolation and unpredictable conditions aboard the vessel. But their shared dedication and expertise led them to achieve one of the most groundbreaking missions in naval history. The USS Triton Submarine Memorial Park was formally dedicated in Richland, Washington on November 10th, 2011 to commemorate the submarine and her crew. Central Washington is proud to be home to this piece of our nation's history, and I thank the Port of Benton for honoring the crew members and preserving their legacy. So I would like to show you, this is the official congressional record as it has been entered into the United States Congress. And I'm very pleased that we have a copy for all of the veterans who served aboard her here today.
Thank you so much, Ashley. Now, please help me welcome State Senator Nikki Torres.
I'll move this down. There we go. Well, thank you all for being here today, and thank you for your service as well. And I know I was meeting and speaking with some of you today in the first two rows, some of you and your family. It is truly my honor to meet you and your families because you've traveled across the country today to be here. So thank you. It is an incredible privilege to be here honoring heroes who once traveled the world unseen to protect the freedoms we enjoy today. The USS Triton wasn't just a marvel of American engineering. It was a floating home for many brave sailors, some of which came from this very town. They answered the call without headlines or fanfare, a mission so secret they were unable to tell their families, not even their wives or children. This wall ensures that was once done in silence will now be remembered out loud, with pride, with honor, and with deep gratitude. To every veteran and every family here today, thank you for your service, your sacrifice, and your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Torres. Next up, please help me welcome State Representative Stephanie Barnard. Rep. Barnard is Ranking Minority Member for the Technology, Economic Development, and Veteran Affairs Committee. Rep. Barnard.
It's an honor to serve as ranking member of the Veterans Committee in the State House of Representatives, but it's definitely more of an honor to be here with you today. And I did have some prepared remarks, but I set them aside because the feelings that I'm having are I'm feeling extremely grateful. And so those feelings of gratitude, while overwhelming, as I had a few minutes to meet with some of the veterans and their families that served here today, I say goodbye to my son in August as he's joined the Navy to serve in the Navy submarine program. And I feel such gratitude for you and the sacrifices that you've made. I remember bringing my son here, excuse me, I remember bringing my son here to this park to visit Triton. And what an incredible piece of machinery that it is. But more than that, it's the people that served in the Triton and why they served in the Triton. Why? What's the reason? Why do we give our sons to this cause, our sons and daughters to this cause? The cause of freedom, to where you're willing to sacrifice everything and live in a submarine, for crying out loud. Why would you do that? I mean, my son is 6'2", and I just don't get it. But there is a calling. There is this legacy that you have left for him. And when we went inside and looked at the Triton, I could tell there was a spark in him. He was just in elementary school at the time, and then he went to middle school, and we came back. For some reason, there was a pull. That pull is not this piece of metal. That pull is you. That's why he wants to be a nuclear submariner. That's why he wants to serve, is because of the legacy that you left. And I am just filled with gratitude and so grateful for the Port of Benton, Diane Howard and her team, but especially for our vets. The legacy that you have left makes America strong. And it's because of you that we have the freedoms that we have. And I couldn't be more grateful. And on days like today, when I think about my son leaving, it gives me strength. Thank you for your honor. Thank you for your courage. And thank you for your sacrifice.
Thank you, Rep. Arnold. Now please join me in welcoming City of Richland Mayor Teresa Richardson.
Good morning, everyone. What a special day, and it's been impressive to see multiple generations coming to Richland. We really welcome you and are so privileged to have you here. We come to honor and reflect. Today, we unveil more than just a wall. It's been very clear to hear your story that it's a lasting tribute to the brave men who served aboard the USS Triton. This commemorative wall, engraved with the names of every officer and crew member, stands as a powerful reminder of your dedication, your courage, your sacrifices made to serve our country. It's especially meaningful to host this event on Flag Day, a day that reminds us of the values of our flag, what it represents: unity, freedom, and service. The USS Triton is not just a piece of naval history, it's a testament to the American innovation and resilience. The testimony of the Triton lives on in Richland, not only in stone and steel, but to a community that continues to lead in science, technology, and forward-thinking progress. This USS Triton Sail Park is one of a kind, state-of-the-art venue that will draw thousands of visitors every year. Tourists, veterans, students, and families all come to this site to experience a piece of history, to reflect, and to learn. This park has become yet a quiet but powerful point of pride for our city. It will boost tourism and deepen our identity as a community that remembers, honors, and educates. This wall, this park would not be possible without strong partnerships, especially with the Port of Benton and many veterans and community advocates who saw the importance of preserving this history for future generations. On behalf of the city, we thank you. To the veterans and families of USS Triton, this wall is for you. Your names are now etched in stone, but your legacy has already been etched in our hearts. Thank you for your service, your sacrifice, and allowing us to share your story. And thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Mayor Richardson. Next, please join me in welcoming Bob Schutz, Energy Northwest CEO and retired U.S. Navy officer. Bob?
I promise to be brief, I hope. I've lived in the Tri-Cities for 14 years, and it probably took me 5 years before I figured out this memorial is even here, even though I only lived a few blocks away. And I remember thinking to myself, what an odd place for a submarine memorial to be. And I think it was Diane who said, it's not odd. This is the largest submarine home port in the world. We got 100 submarines about 5 miles down the road, at least what's left of them. But, as I thought about that, it really isn't odd, is not odd. If you think about what the Tri-Cities is about, we're about innovation. Ashley already mentioned Manhattan Project and the Hanford Works. We have Pacific Northwest National Labs here that has, God knows, thousands of patents and is inventing new stuff every day. We have Washington State University Tri-Cities, top-notch education and engineering and the sciences, and they're really leading the whole Wazoo system in looking at the future of energy. Even the Port of Benton bringing new and exciting technologies, green fertilizer, if you can believe it. I have to explain that probably, and all the other new things that are coming. My own company, we're going to build small modular reactors just a couple miles from here. And so I look at Triton and I think of the same thing. How much innovation crammed into one submarine hull, right? Only submarine to ever have, only U.S. submarine to have 2 reactors, only U.S. nuclear submarine to have 2 screws, propulsion screws. The radar that was on this is kind of a one of a kind. You know, if you look back in the 50s when this ship was built, if you were going to do an air search radar, you typically had 2 radars, one to look in azimuth and one to look in elevation. Triton had one of the very first radars that was electronically steered in elevation, and they could do it with just 1 antenna. I was shocked to hear that you made a 60-day submerged cruise without an oxygen generator. I just can't picture that. Burning candles for 60 days, it must have been miserable. But anyway, just a really great story of innovation, which makes it a perfect match for the Tri-Cities. Maybe one other unusual thing some of you may not know about, in the military, when you have an individual award, the Medal of Honor is the top of the step. And but for organizations, it's the Presidential Unit Citation, or PUC. Couple of odd things about it. It's the only award or ribbon where the stripes are horizontal. Everything else in the military, they're all vertical stripes. But in the whole history of the nation, since that's been an award, there are 2 special awards. Exactly 2 organizations have received a special clasp, little pin that they get to put on their ribbon. First one was USS Nautilus, which got to put a little gold N on their ribbon for their sailing over the North Pole. And then Triton has a gold or bronze globe for their submerged navigation around the world, following the route of Magellan, if you didn't know that. So an amazing honor for an amazing crew. Just to close up here, I didn't see a benediction on the agenda, so I'm going to take a chance that Diane doesn't have one set. And I like to just read a verse from the Navy hymn. Now, Navy hymn is a beautiful song, deserves to be sung. I can normally carry many things, but a tune isn't one of them. So I'm just going to read it for you. And this is the submarine verse. So for all of you, all of your shipmates who couldn't be with you today, the 52 crews that were lost during World War II and our eternal patrol, and the others as well. So bless those who serve beneath the deep, through lonely hours their vigil keep. May peace their mission ever be. Protect each one, we ask of thee. Bless those at home who wait and pray for their return, be night or day. Thank you.
The City of Richland offers over 20 miles of paved multi-use trails for public use. These popular trails get even more use in the warmer months, and safety is a top priority. Hi, I'm Samantha Mason, Chair of the Richland Parks and Recreation Commission. Our multi-use trails accommodate walkers, runners, skateboarders, bicycles, e-bikes, and more. With so many users, it is important to practice trail etiquette, share the trail, and be aware. Let's consider the 3 C's. Be courteous, be cautious, and communicate. Regardless of your mode of transportation, users need to obey the 15-mile-per-hour speed limit when traveling on our trails in non-congested areas with clear sight lines. Users need to slow to 8 miles per hour when others are present and where sight lines may impede the ability to see others. Users should travel on the right side of the trail unless you are passing on the left. Make yourself known. When passing on the left, indicate your intentions by either ringing your bike bell or loudly stating, "On your left," to other users. Pets are welcome and encouraged on the trails. Keep dogs on a short leash, under 6 feet in length or at heel while using the trails. Always dispose of pet waste and other garbage in designated receptacles. We want everyone's experience on our trail system to be a positive one. Again, remember the 3 C's. Be courteous, be cautious, and communicate. Also, watch for new trail signage that city staff will be installing, and always do your part to keep our community enjoyable and safe. Happy trails!
Good morning, Richland. I am John Amundsen, City Manager for the City of Richland. And what a fantastic day to celebrate wellness, exercise, art in one of our amazing parks here in the City of Richland. I'm thrilled to welcome you to the grand opening of our brand new National Fitness Campaign Fitness Court, right here in the heart of Howard Amon Park. This state-of-the-art outdoor gym isn't just a collection of equipment, it's an investment in our collective well-being, a testament to our community's commitment to a healthier, more active lifestyle for everyone. And I want to extend my sincere gratitude to the National Fitness Campaign for their incredible vision and partnership in making this project a reality. Their dedication to transforming public spaces into accessible fitness hubs is genuinely inspiring. With the goal of funding over 5,000 outdoor fitness courts across America by 2030, they are making a difference in fighting against the rise of inactivity and making world-class fitness free to the end users. A special thanks goes out to the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, whose funding of $305,000 of lodging tax revenue made this project possible. Your commitment to enhancing our community's amenities and promoting tourism is truly appreciated. And if we can, I'd like to give them a round of applause. I also want to recognize our City Council and our Parks Commission, who have championed this initiative from the very start. Your unwavering support have been instrumental in bringing this fitness court to life. To the Richland Parks and Public Facilities Department, your team's hard work in constructing this exceptional facility is truly commendable. Thank you for creating a space that will undoubtedly inspire countless individuals to prioritize their health. One of the other amazing components about this amenity is the fact that they have incorporated local art into this design. I'd now like to introduce the Mayor of Richland, Mayor Teresa Richardson, to tell us a little bit about the public art. Mayor?
Thank you, John. Thank you, everyone, for being out here today. Isn't this beautiful? And no wind. I love it. This is just such a wonderful park to be in, and the fitness court will not only be a place for physical activity, but also be a canvas to inspire artistic expression. A huge thank you to the Arts Commission for their participation and willingness to incorporate public art into this project. So those folks, if you could wave, let us know who you are. Thank you. We extend a heartfelt gratitude to all of the talented artists who submitted their work for consideration. Your creativity and passion really inspire us all. A special congratulations to our featured artist, Ryan Engel. And Ryan, I saw you right here. Thank you, Ryan. Your stunning artwork graces this space. Your unique vision and artistic talent have transformed this fitness court to a true community gem. So Ryan, when you pass by in the future, you're going to be able to say, hey, I had a part of that. And so we thank you for sharing your talent with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Richardson. And now to speak a little bit more about the functionality of the court, I'll ask our Parks and Public Facilities Director, a newbie to the City of Richland, Chris Waite, to come forward. Chris?
Good morning. Thank you, John. I get the pleasure to speak to you about the benefits that the fitness court brings to our community. This free open-air gym provides a welcoming and inclusive environment for individuals aged 14 years of age and older at varying fitness levels to exercise. So regardless of whether you're a seasoned athlete or new on your fitness journey, this court has something for you. And you may be asking yourself, how do I know how to use the equipment here? Well, the really good news is there's an app for that. So the interactive app guides you through each station, so you'll have access to expert instruction and personalized workout plans at your fingertips. So in addition to the app, there are fitness court ambassadors who are positive community leaders, and they are informed resources on healthy living. And these ambassadors share their enthusiasm around health and wellness. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, Chris. Remember, as Chris mentioned, every fitness court is digitally connected to a robust library of workout challenges and health kit metrics on the free Fitness Court app. If you do a search for National Fitness Campaign in your app store, Android and Apple, you'll be able to find the app and download that to your phone. So please check it out. I have it downloaded on my phone so I can learn what these squiggly bars do. I'll close by saying this fitness court is more than just a place to work out. It's a gathering spot, a hub for connection and community building. I encourage you all to utilize this space not only for personal fitness, but also for group workouts, so please take advantage of that. Family activities and social events. I could see family competitions coming in the future to see how you do against your favorite cousin. Let's create a vibrant atmosphere that celebrates health, wellness, the arts, and the joy of movement, all within the serene and inspiring setting of Howard Amon Park. So let's lace up our shoes, grab a friend, and explore the possibilities this fitness court has to offer. Together, we can make Richland a healthier, happier, and more vibrant community.
I haven't seen my girlfriends in such a long time, and we really wanted to find some place that was central to all of us.
Tri-Cities was such a great option. It seemed like it had everything that everyone wanted to do.
So we wanted to give it a try.
The weekend trip started off at the winery, my favorite place to go. So many options, wine, grapes, everywhere you look.
I was most looking forward to hiking. That was my favorite thing to do.
The Wallula Gap hike was bright and early in the morning, first thing, but we got to see the sunrise over the water, and it was absolutely stunning. And I actually had never been on an e-bike before. We got to go along the entire waterfront.
The night topped off with some new friends and a delicious dinner with my girls.
I was most looking forward to getting on the river. The Tri-Cities has a ton of water access.
I can't explain how beautiful it was to be up in the air, to just feel on top of the world in that moment with my girls.
I live where it's not super sunny. There's 300 days of sun in the Tri-Cities, so it's really awesome to escape to.
Tri-Cities is definitely the place you want to go.
My name is Jamie McPherson, and I'm one of the ground operations coordinators for the Commemorative Air Force Air Base Arizona. We're here in Walla Walla, Washington today, and we're going to go look at a B-17 Flying Fortress and a B-25 Mitchell bomber today and get a tour inside. This here has now been converted to a donation box, but this was once a 100-pound bomb, as you would see found inside of these bombers. It's not that big objectively, it's about 4 feet tall, but it does weigh quite a bit. And when we usually talk about bombs, actually the poundage we're referring to is actually the explosive force measured as TNT, not the actual weight of the bomb. So, for instance, a 100-pound bomb would actually probably weigh closer to 200 pounds with the casing of metal. So behind me here, we have a B-25 Mitchell bomber. This one here is known as Made in the Shade. This is one of the only combat veteran B-25s left in the world that flies. There's about 40 aircraft that are airworthy right now that are B-25s, of which only 2 saw combat to my knowledge, and this is the only one that saw combat in Europe. This one specifically was actually used mostly to bomb strategic targets like railroad bridges, aqueducts, that kind of stuff in Yugoslavia and the Mediterranean. It has 15 combat missions under its belt. This one specifically is a J model, which is known as a gunship. It's kind of a predecessor to today's A-10 Warthog. There's 12 50 caliber machine guns in total that were basically designed to gun down enemy targets, then release some bombs and go home. So as you can see here, the name of this airplane is Made in the Shade, and there's a really fun story behind the name of this specific B-25. When we were first formed as a unit, we were donated a B-17 that we restored. We built it out in the open Arizona sun, and once we were done building it, we actually built a hangar to store it in, and we were then donated this aircraft as a restoration project. And so this was the first aircraft that what was then the Arizona wing before it became Air Base Arizona restored inside of the hangar, and thus it was quite literally made in the shade. All right, so this right here is known as a WASP engine behind me. It's a 14-cylinder radial engine. So if you look close, you'll probably only count 7. That's because it's a twin bank. So you have 7 on one side and 7 cylinders behind it. Now, the interesting thing about radial engines like this one is that, of course, since it's a full circle, 360 degrees of power, the oil pulls down by gravity in the lower cylinders right here. So if you look down here, we've actually installed little catch cans to catch some of that oil. We always like to joke radial engines don't leak, they just mark their territory. In this case, this engine actually creates about 1,700 horsepower. There's 2 of them, one on each side, for a total of 3,400 horsepower. This is a fairly powerful engine configuration for its time. And so because of that, this is one of the few bombers that can take off in a very short distance that we operated during World War II. This one specifically can actually take off in about 600 feet when properly configured. And that's part of why you'll see these used, for instance, in the very famous Doolittle raid, where they took off from aircraft carriers to bomb Japan. Here are 2 of the cheat guns. Like I said, there's 12 50 caliber machine guns on board this aircraft. So these ones specifically would be operated by the pilot. You have another one here in the nose that is operated by the pilot, and then this one would be operated by the bombardier, who would sit in the nose. Then you've got 2 more here on the side, and then on each waist you have 1. You have 2 up top in the turret, and then you have 2 in the tail for the tail gunner. These machine guns can fire at about 10 rounds per second, so 600 rounds a minute each. So if you think about it, that's 120 bullets a second, so that's a lot of firepower coming out of this aircraft. So if you look right here, this is the bomb sight for the bombardier. This is essentially the aiming device used to drop the bombs. And if you look here at the nose, this part here is very flat. The reason we keep this part so flat is actually so there's no distortion for the bomb sight. That is a Norden bomb sight. So that's a fun, interesting story. The Norden bomb sight was the 3rd most expensive item developed and produced by the US during World War II. The most expensive things being number 1, the B-29 bomber built by Boeing, and number 2, the Manhattan Project, also known as the atomic bomb. So this was the 3rd most expensive thing we developed during the war, and it was kept very secret. And generally bomber crews were required to remove these after mission and put a cloak over them and deliver them to an armed guard who would actually guard those 24/7 when they weren't in use. So if you look inside of here, in our bomb bay, we actually collect signatures from different World War II veterans who served on board different B-25s. Notably here, we have a veteran of the Doolittle Tokyo raid from 1942. Another one here, Ed Saylor, he's a Tokyo raider as well. And here's a 3rd one. So there's a number of them. Then over here you have a gentleman, Ken Calkins, he was actually one of the maintenance crew on a B-25 out of California during the war. And last but certainly not least, another highlight I like to show is Betty Hayes here. She actually worked in the Kansas City plant of North American Aviation building these aircraft. So she is one of the Rosie the Riveters. About 80% of this aircraft was manufactured and assembled by women. So if you look above you here, there's actually some bombs. I believe here you have a 500-pounder, and these are 250-pounders, like we were talking about earlier. The poundage is really referring to the explosive power of the bomb, not the actual gross weight of the bomb. And here are the shackles that essentially the bombs would hook into. So typically when they drop, they're released in a staggered formation. So you'd have one drop, then one from the other side, and so on, but in a very quick succession. What I always like to point out to people too is these bombs are pretty much gravity operated only. They're not like modern day cruise missiles or anything that can steer to a target. So the best way I like to kind of explain this is imagine you're driving at 30 miles an hour down the road with a can of Coke and you want to throw it in a trash can, right? You're really trying to math out how to get it into that hole perfectly. So bombing back then was a lot more of a mathematical science, and it was a lot less accurate than it is today. And that's why the Norden bomb sight was such a critical piece. It could do about 60 different computations, not just solutions, but 60 computations, including different things like airspeed, wind direction, to help calculate where the bomb would fall. So it was a very important piece of the equipment that kind of goes hand in hand with this. The other thing you'll notice in this bomb bay specifically that you'll see differently in most other bombers of the time, especially like our B-17, is there's no direct pass-through in here because the bomb bay absorbs most of the fuselage center. There is actually a small crawl space right above us that I'll show you guys later, but essentially there's no way to walk through the bomb bay. So if you look right down here below you, you've seen this ladder. Now the ladder we have there is for ease of spectators to come in and out. There is a ladder there that is designed. It's just a 90-degree vertical. It's a little harder to get up. And that's the only way in and out of here by design. There are some emergency exits, like this one here behind me. Right here, it's essentially a sunroof that you can go through. And then in the nose, the bombardier had his own emergency exit as well. The seats behind you that the cameraman is sitting in, those are retrofitted. Originally, there would be a jump seat and a platform there for the turret gunner who would operate this turret gun above you. And then here would have been a variety of different gauges, switches, and fuse panels. These here have been slightly modified and modernized, of course. But the flight engineer was basically the third member of the crew that would help operate the aircraft along with the pilot and co-pilot. Of course, we've modernized things a bit. So here's one of the jump seats that would have been there originally, along with the platform that would have been where the cameraman is now sitting. So originally it's an electric turret, so he would actually poke through here and there would be electric controls for him to turn it. It turns and swivels 360 degrees. It can aim pretty much horizontal and up and around, so it mostly protects from oncoming attackers from above. The flight engineer had a lot of different roles, but nowadays, of course, you have a lot more automation in an aircraft, so a lot of things like fuel management, emergency management, fire risk, anything like that fell onto the engineer, right? If a control cable, because most of them are actually exposed in here, if those were damaged in flight, he would essentially repair those so we can control the aircraft. So that was a lot of his key things, was basically in-flight repairs and ensuring that the systems are operating properly, because nowadays, of course, we've got that all automated, but back then a lot of that was still done by hand, which is why you essentially have 3 essential crew to operate this aircraft as opposed to 2, as you would nowadays in, say, an airline or something like that. Okay, so in here, we're in the cockpit of the B-25, and as you can probably tell, if you know anything about aviation, we have modernized this a little bit, right? You've got your comms and your transponder and all the good stuff that's required nowadays of an aircraft. But a lot of it really is the same basic principles that you'd start out with if you learn even nowadays in a basic Cessna airplane or something, right? You've got your 6-pack here. You've got your control quadrant here with throttle, props, and mixture. Trim wheel here, of course, right? Landing gear down below. And what's nice too is you've got these windows here. They open quite wide. It's just a fun little lever right here. You just slide it forwards and backwards. But yeah, other than that, like I say, you've got, of course, your yoke here. And then you've got your rudder pedals and brakes down below. And that's pretty much it. It's very much based on a lot of the same principles that you still learn today. So if you look right there, that's essentially a crawl space above the bomb bay that goes to the back. So that was the only way in flight for the crew to maneuver back and forth between the front and the rear of the aircraft. Would have been that very tight crawl space. Now granted, most of these individuals who flew on board this aircraft at the time were somewhere between ages 18 and 22, and back then people were a little smaller and a lot skinnier than they are today, right? Our diet was very different. But so all these young men were crawling back and forth through there. That was their only way. So that's our crawl space again, just from the other side. So we're now in the rear of the aircraft behind the bomb bay. And these seats down here, they've been added for the safety and enjoyment of our passengers. But these two 50 caliber machine guns here are every bit as real and original as the aircraft itself. So if you look up here on each side, there's storage boxes. Those would hold ammunition for the 50 caliber machine gun. And then the machine gunners would stand back here, grab it, and then they have a trigger here that's been manufactured to basically alleviate the trigger in the back so they can use trigger fingers like they were trained to do. And then of course you can almost stand up here. This is probably the most comfortable part of the aircraft. Look in the back, of course, you have the tail gunner position. So it's a little tunnel you crawl through, and then basically a bicycle seat you sit on top with two 50 caliber machine guns in front of you. And that completes our presentation on the B-25. So behind me here we have a B-17 Flying Fortress. This one is known as Sentimental Journey, and it's been in our possession since 1972. So to tell you a little bit about the B-17, originally it was developed actually as a submarine hunter for lower altitudes, but was quickly found to be a very capable platform for high altitude bombing with a few modifications. So this here is a G model, which is the last model made. About half of the roughly 12,800 B-17s that were made are actually the G model. So the G model is very distinctive because it has this little chin turret below it with two 50 caliber machine guns that are remote controlled. Now this one here is Sentimental Journey. And her journey actually began in the fall of 1944 when she rolled off the assembly line at Douglas in Long Beach, California. Douglas was one of three companies along with Boeing and Lockheed that made the B-17 during the war. Boeing actually designed it and produced the most, but since there was such a demand for them and Boeing couldn't fill the whole demand, they were also built by Lockheed and Douglas. So this one was built in Long Beach, California, and was sent to the Pacific. Now this one didn't actually serve in any bombing missions, but it did serve in wartime in the Pacific as a photo reconnaissance aircraft. So part of what it did is the entire bomb bay was actually gutted and had specialized photo mapping equipment put in there. That's what it did during the war and right after the war. Later on, it's my understanding it was used actually as what we call a mothership for early drones. So they had surplus B-17 bombers that were remote controlled, and the mothership would basically have the drone operators in it. And then after that, it was relegated to firefighting duty. So the bomb bay was again repurposed to hold fire retardant or water, and was then used to go on water bombing missions. And following that, it was donated to us in 1972, and it was the first restoration project that what then was the Arizona wing had, which is now Air Base Arizona. And that kind of brings us up to today. So if you look right here at the nose, you've of course got the bombs up top. Those are essentially, in World War II, those would have been bombing missions that the aircraft has flown. Early in the war, 25 missions was the requirement for a crew to go home. And later that was bumped up to 35 and even later to 50 because as we had more air superiority, the missions, though they were still very grueling and hard, were perceived to be a little quote-unquote easier, and there was a bit of manpower concern towards the end of the war, so the mission tally went up. Now in this case, those bombs, however, do not signify the amount of missions it flew, but rather the amount of tour stops it made on its first tour rotation after being restored. And if you look below it, you'll see something you didn't see during the war, which is actually 3 movie cameras. Now in this case, there's 3 movies this airplane has starred in. 1941, All the Brave Young Men, and most recently Masters of the Air. And there are currently about 40 B-17s left in the world, of which about 10 hold an airworthiness certificate. And as of this year, right now, only 3 are airworthy and actively flying. 2 here in the US and 1 in the United Kingdom. There's a lot of them that are currently undergoing either heavy maintenance or restoration. And this is the only one this year that you can actually see on tour and buy rides on. So it's pretty much a one-of-a-kind experience right now. So right behind me here, we have one of the 4 engines on this aircraft. So this is a 4-engine bomber. In this case, we have a Wright 1820 behind me, which is a 9-cylinder radial engine. So again, the gravity of course pulls the oil down to the lower cylinders, which causes the leaks like you can see here. We always like to joke it's not leaking, it's just marking its territory. In this case, it has 9 cylinders, creates 1,200 horsepower per engine, and these engines are actually what we call turbo supercharged. Now, the reason for that is not so much necessarily to get more power out of them, but rather to create more pressure in the engine. So at a high altitude, you're basically simulating a lower altitude. That way, essentially, the engine performs better at higher altitude. So this is a big tire, of course. 2 of them, one on each side. This is a tail dragger, as we like to call it. So the rear landing gear is right there. It's a little bit smaller. All 3 of them do retract into the aircraft in flight. So in here we are inside the bomb bay, of course, of the B-17. And again, we have a variety of signatures we've collected over the year from different crew members and people who helped build them. One that's most notable here is a gentleman called Lucky Luckadoo. He actually just passed away 2 days ago. And he's very well known. He wrote a book called Damn Lucky. Excellent book. I strongly recommend it. It should be an enjoyable read for anyone interested. Here we have another gentleman, for instance. He completed his 35 missions as a ball turret gunner. And we'll show you the ball turret here in a minute. It's always something people find very fascinating. And then, of course, above you, you've got bombs. These are a little bigger. These are 500-pounders. The B-17 was capable of hauling quite a few of those, of course, by comparison. A little bigger payload. And then one of the more noteworthy things here, of course, is you can walk between the front and the back. This right here is what we refer to as the catwalk. It's about a 6-inch wide walkway from the cockpit to the radio room. So here we have the ball turret. Now if you look, I'm about 6 feet tall. I'm crouched down. I can barely fit in this, right? This is a very tight, confined space. Typically it was reserved for shorter crew members, but that didn't mean that tall people were immune to being drafted into this position. Contrary to popular belief, this is actually one of the safest positions in the aircraft because the Germans would typically attack from above. So being below the aircraft gave you a little bit of protection and some cover. Now the way it works is this actually reclines down into the fuselage, and they would climb in from inside the airplane into the ball turret and then would turn it on, and it's electric, so it was operated that way. And they could swivel it 360 degrees, aim down and around, and protect the aircraft as best possible. Once you're locked in here, it's a very isolated position. The size of this tail, proportionate to the aircraft, is very big. Part of that design is essentially redundancy, so this tail can take a lot of damage and retain a good amount of rudder authority in flight. Which further kind of complements the nickname Flying Fortress. This airplane can take one hell of a beating and still stay airborne. You know, it's definitely well made, but the fuselage itself, it's made of very thin aluminum, about as thick as 2 Coca-Cola cans pushed together. So essentially if it gets hit, right, the bullet goes in one end through the aircraft and out the other. There's absolutely nothing there. So this is actually Manny Quinn. He's our tail gunner here in the B-17, so he's got 2 50 caliber machine guns out the back, of course, to protect us from anyone sneaking up from behind. Definitely a tighter position, definitely the most isolated because he's further back and more physically removed from anyone than any other position in the aircraft. So just be careful, it is tight. What we'll do is we'll start in the nose and kind of work our way backwards. All right, so behind me we have what I like to call the best seat in aviation. It's an absolutely incredible view, but this is the bombardier's seat. So he's one of the 4 officers on board of the 10-man crew on this B-17. His job essentially is to calculate where to drop the bombs. They were talking about earlier with the Norden bomb sight. There's one of those right behind me. And then over here we have the navigator's table. So the navigator was in charge of strictly navigating this aircraft to the target. And then if you look over here, we've got, of course, 2 50 caliber machine guns, one for each of the crew members in here to use. This is another signature piece of the G model to have 2 50 caliber machine guns in there. Originally there were none, later there was one, and on the G model there is 2. The other thing you can see here is this is one of the microphone inputs for the aircraft. So actually everyone in here, like I said, was an unpressurized system in this aircraft, so you're exposed to the elements. So everyone had a throat activated mic. They could talk to each other that way because it's very loud, of course, in an airplane like this. And then down here, this is what's known as a rheostat. So when I was talking earlier about the bunny suit they would wear under all the leather clothes, they could plug into here and essentially turn up almost like a dimmer switch on your light. They could set how much heat they wanted. Now most veterans I've talked to will tell you there's really only 2 settings, too hot or too cold. But in theory this was variably adjustable to keep them relatively comfortable as best possible. And then if you look up here behind or above me, behind you in a minute, I'll show you what's known as the Celestial Dome. So this is primarily, actually no joke, for stargazing, so that you can actually look around and see where the stars are to help navigate, right? So it's known as the Celestial Dome for that reason. All right, so if you look up here, coming up the small ladder into the cockpit, this is the pilot seat and this is the co-pilot seat. Configuration here is a little roomier, but still pretty tight compared to a B-25. Now the visibility is pretty nice too, but a little smaller, and there you can see your Celestial Dome that we were just looking at. Up here we've put all the modern avionics separate to all the original stuff. Of course the instruments have been redone, but it's not too different from its original configuration. One of the big differences you'll see here is instead of having the conventional lever setup of throttle, prop, and mixture, you have your mixtures here, all 4 of them. You actually have all 4 throttles here. So this bottom one is a throttle and this top one is a throttle. So this is essentially the 2 on the left, throttles 1 and 2, and then throttles 3 and 4 right here. So if you watch a war movie, you'll often see they'll take the underhand and move them like this. That is actually so they can control all 4, but you can also control the tops or the bottoms separately as needed. And then here you have all 4 of the propeller pitches right there to adjust. You've got actually one of your trim wheels right here for the rudder trim, and then your elevator trim right there. And then here, of course, you've got a control yoke, much like most other bombers of the era. And that one, of course, says Boeing, right? The Pride of Washington right there. And then if you look up here, of course, you've got a great visibility. You essentially have a sunroof to help spot other people in the formation, right? These would fly in a relatively tight formation, so being able to have good situational awareness of what was above you was pretty important. And of course, secondary benefit, it helps light up the cockpit, and tertiary benefit, you can spot enemy fighters that way if they're coming your way. Since, like I was saying earlier, especially in Europe, the Germans would typically attack from above and dive at you. And then we'll look behind us here in a moment at the engineer station. So this is where the flight engineer would hang out. So he has a jump seat here to sit on, but typically he would be standing in here. If you look behind you, there's a fuse panel and some other things that are essential for operation of this aircraft. Like we talked about in the B-25, you absolutely needed a 3rd person in the cockpit to manage the systems, but he would also be the turret gunner, not unlike in the B-25. All right, so if you look out behind me here at the engines, right, there's 2 on either side, and if you look at the inboard side, you'll see those are painted while the rest of the aircraft is still pretty much bare metal for the most part. And the reason for that is actually to prevent glare from blinding the pilots or inhibiting their vision while operating the aircraft. All right, now if you look here, I'm in a pretty tight spot, quite literally and also figuratively. So this is what we know as the catwalk. It's about 6 inches wide, and it takes us from the front of the aircraft to the rear, where we have the radio room, the waist gunners, the ball turret, and the tail gunner. And this is the bomb bay. So on either side would have bombs, typically a full assortment of them. And it was actually the bombardier's job in flight to come in here and arm the bombs. So he would have to remove safety pins, and he was required to keep those on his person as proof the bombs had been armed and primed for being dropped. Yep, so these are primarily seats we've added for passengers. So here you've got 3 extra seats for passengers. This would have been the only original seat in here, and it wouldn't have had a seat back, and this is where the radio operator would have sat. And this is where all the radio equipment would have been. And then on this side primarily would have been a life raft and some area for the crew to basically sit down, that kind of sit down together like in a bobsled almost in each other's laps, for the waist gunners and the tail gunner during takeoff and landing, so it's somewhere secure to sit. And then this 50 caliber machine gun here can actually be moved down these rails and used to be fired upwards to protect the aircraft from oncoming attackers from above. Moving on, right there below us is the ball turret. So this is how you would have originally accessed it, from inside the aircraft through that hatch there. And that's how you would get in and out of it. Now, another fun thing I like to show people in here. So if you look right here, behind this box, there's a little funnel. That funnel is known as a relief tube. I'll let you guess what that means, but it is exactly what you're thinking. And standing up right here, of course, we have two 50 caliber machine guns again. And here we have more control cables for the aircraft. And so you'd have two waist gunners in here. Now, if you notice, the two guns are actually staggered. On earlier versions of the B-17, they were side by side, and there was no plexiglass. There was just originally a window. Problem is the window would freeze up and you couldn't see out of it, so they've removed the windows and this would just be open. So there'd be a slipstream of wind coming through here. So think about you're going over 200 miles an hour at below 70 and you're standing by this window. Absolutely crazy environmental effect, right? But again, you've got these two 50 cals here and they're staggered in parts, so as these two crew members swing around shooting guns, they're not bumping into each other, they're traversing past each other. The other thing I always love to show people about these 50 calibers in the B-17, if you look right here, this is actually a holographic sight, not unlike a red dot sight used by the military or law enforcement nowadays. A lot of people don't realize those already existed during World War II. And again, here is a specialized trigger, so they can grab it and just use their trigger finger. And then here you've got, of course, a big box full of 50 caliber machine gun rounds. It would not be uncommon for them to bring extra on board if possible, but typically by the time you'd get back from a conventional mission, there would be nothing left. In Hollywood, of course, you see these guys just laying down on it. In reality, typically about a 1 to 2 second burst each time they'd spot an aircraft. So 10 to 20 rounds max, partially reserve ammo and partially because of how fast things were actually happening here in the air. This is the only place in the aircraft where a large person can stand up, is right here. For reference, I'm about 6'1" and I can stand freely here, but this is the only place in the entire aircraft where that's possible. Anywhere else, you're generally going to have to duck down, and of course towards the tail, things taper down again. So as we move through, we start getting smaller again. Yep. And then our tail gunner would crawl through here past the tail gear, past the landing gear, and towards the back. And they're actually the only crew member with a dedicated escape hatch to the left there. I don't know if you can see it from there. That was the only way for them to escape. And we don't let people back there because of the tail gear, of course. So we're with Air Base Arizona, which is part of the Commemorative Air Force. The Commemorative Air Force is comprised of over 60 wings across North America and Europe and Mexico. There's one wing in Europe and one in Mexico. But we operate over 160 flying World War II aircraft, so the world's biggest World War II aircraft operator. Each different wing has different things. Some are more like a flying club, others like ours are a little bigger. We have our own museum down in Mesa, Arizona with over 30 aircraft on static display as well as 7 that you can fly on. And those are generally year-round possibilities, but during the summer, to beat the heat and kind of get out and let the whole country enjoy these aircraft, we take some of the bigger aircraft like our B-17 and our B-25 on tour across the U.S. Nowadays, we tend to kind of alternate between an East Coast tour and a West Coast tour every other year. And we make different stops, typically from May through September. So for about 4 months, we're somewhere else every week. So you'll see about 16 to 20 stops a year typically for us. And we're an all-volunteer organization. So most of us, like myself, will come out for about 2 weeks at a time and basically make this possible and help any way we can, right? Whether that's selling rides, whether we're flight crew. The pilots, of course, dedicate their time as well. Most of those are either airline pilots or career military pilots who fly these aircraft for us. And so everything we do is self-funded, right? We, of course, once in a while get a generous benefactor, but for the most part, the way we operate is all of our revenue from rides, from tours, from souvenirs that we sell in our portable gift shop trailers, and of course the revenue that the museum creates is how we fund all of this. And again, we're a nonprofit, so all of this just goes right back into the organization and into trying to maintain these aircraft and keep them airworthy as long as possible for others to enjoy. The way I always like to put it is we're basically holding the door to the past open as long as possible for people to go through it. And so being able to come out on tour and help make that a possibility is an honor and a privilege for all of us. There's nothing more redeeming that I've ever done in my time.
just wanna be cool. I just wanna be alright. I wanna stand where people plan to party all night. I don't wanna be gone. Said I just wanna have fun. Make some noise, hanging with my boys, party all night long till the light gets gone. Now fade away to a world unknown. I throw myself aboard a mission I wanna explore. Now being cool is about doing what I love, and every day I rise and start living it up. Make mistakes and fail a ton, taking on life just to make it fun. I spend a lot of time working for the man, too scared to jump in the light without no plan. Well, it is what it is, and it do what it do. I'm taking it to another level of cool, staring in the eyes of every fear and understanding there's no place for it here. I'm gonna get excited and celebrate. I'm gonna move on from all my mistakes. I'm gonna love like I never loved before, to keep you coming back. I just wanna be cool. I just wanna be alright. I wanna stand where people plan to party all night. I don't wanna be gone. Said I just wanna have fun. Make some noise, hanging with my boys, party all night long till the light gets gone. Now fade away. To party all night. I don't wanna be gone. Said I just wanna have fun. Make some noise, hang out with my boys, party all night long till the light gets gone. I just wanna be cool. I just wanna be alright. I wanna stand where people plan to party all night. I don't wanna be gone. Said I just wanna have fun. Make some noise, hang out with my boys, party all night long till the light gets gone. Now fade away.
Water treatment's often a science and an art. My name is Bill Riley. I'm one of the owners of William H. Riley & Company, based in Portland, Oregon. We're the manufacturer's representative for Myox in the Pacific Northwest, and we're just really excited to be working with the City of Richland on their upgrade to the Myox system. They wanted to get away from chlorine gas, and they evaluated a number of different ways to go, and in the end selected on-site generation of hypochlorite and mixed oxidants. The City of Richland's water source is the Columbia River, and it's a very high-quality water, which can be difficult to treat at times. The simplicity and the reliability of the Myox system has really dovetailed into how they operate those plants. The operators that operate and maintain the system at Richland are doing a fantastic job.
I am Pat Abraham. I am the water manager for the City of Richland. We follow the regulations of both the federal and the state laws that require clean, safe water for our citizens. Part of the requirements of our National Pollutant Discharge Elimination Permit is that we have to chlorinate prior to being discharged back to the Columbia River. But it's huge that we are a good steward to our community and that we're putting back good, clean water that's going to be reused downstream from where we are.
My name is Dave Trotter. I'm a plant operator on the Richland water team. Our source water is straight out of the Columbia River, and we treat it down to under 0.1 NTU for turbidity. The City of Richland's water system is fairly complex and very spread out. The operations team drives on average 80 to 100 miles a day, checking pump stations, taking samples. We have 18 reservoirs and 8 pump stations, and we sample about 28 locations for water quality. We have on-site generators that generate the sodium hypochlorite. It is controlled by our SCADA. They run 2 at a time, and they run in series in rotation. The system is really automated. It comes on demand based on tank levels. The table salt mixed with soft water is electrolyzed. The Myox produces 0.4% sodium hypochlorite, which is very safe to handle. As an operator, the operational safety factor is very important to me. The high risks and hazards of working with chlorine gas have really been eliminated with the on-site generators. Not to mention the city mitigating that risk to the community.
Hi, my name is Mike Coleman. I work for the City of Richland. I'm the wastewater treatment plant mechanic. Everything that goes down your drain ends up at the wastewater treatment plant. My main goal is to try to keep the plant running as effectively and efficiently as possible. Before we had the MIOX, we had 1-ton chlorine gas containers. Every 2 years, you'd have to tear equipment down to rebuild it because of how caustic the gas was. The same building we had the ton containers in, that's where we've put the new on-site generators. They take up a smaller footprint. They're very user-friendly. They save us a lot of time. We have two 5,100-gallon bulk storage tanks that we fill every day. We inject that in our effluent structure, and we try to achieve and maintain a 0.35%. We really don't have any odor control now. It's pretty well balanced. It smells like you're playing in a pool.
Today we're finding a more stable residual throughout the whole system that's not requiring as much effort to maintain. We have programs designed so that we can move that water and maintain that fresh chlorine residual. The on-site generation has helped us be able to dial that feed rate in. Since we've gone to on-site generation, we're a much safer organization, and we feel a much higher comfort level in what we're providing to our citizens, the safety and the impact on our environment.
In the United States, someone suffers from a stroke every 40 seconds. Hi, I'm Andy Sabin with Richland Fire and Emergency Services. May is National Stroke Awareness Month, and in collaboration with Catholic Regional Medical Center, we want to share the early signs of a stroke and how you should respond. As with many medical emergencies, early diagnosis is key. When diagnosing a stroke, remember the phrase, be fast. B stands for balance. Does the person have a sudden loss of balance? E stands for eyes. Has the person lost vision in one or both eyes? F stands for face. Does the person's face look uneven? A stands for arms. Is one arm hanging down if asked to raise them? S stands for speech. Is the person's speech slurred? T stands for time. If you observe any of these symptoms, call 911. Calling 911 at the onset of a stroke is vital. Do not try to drive a stroke patient to the hospital by yourself. EMS personnel work closely with our hospitals and will call ahead to activate a stroke team. This ensures that when we arrive with a potential stroke victim, the hospital is ready and prepared to administer potentially life-saving care. Remember, at the first sign of a stroke, be fast. Dial 911 and let us serve you.
Okay, everyone, hello. Welcome to the Thursday, January 8th, 2026 Parks and Recreation Commission meeting. Happy New Year. Welcome. And we will go ahead and begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we'll have the attendance or call to order from Patty.
Chair Gutierrez.
Here.
Vice Chair Hodges.
Here.
Commissioner Mason. Commissioner Bilt.
Here.
Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Watrous.
Here.
Commissioner Thompson.
Here.
Commissioner Thalapali. And Commissioner Kreis.
Okay, thank you. If you'll notice, Commissioners, kind of the order of the agenda has changed a bit, shifted. My understanding is Council wanted to, or I don't know who. Regardless, we're just kind of getting uniformity across commissions and boards to have a similar format. So I'll do my best to go through it, but it's a little bit of a change from what I'm used to. So that brings us to the approval of the agenda. There's nothing changing, so it's the same agenda. So we'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion to approve. Second.
Okay, so a motion from Commissioner Bilt with a second from Commissioner Watrous. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Which brings us straight to our presentation. And today, we have a presentation regarding Meals on Wheels, and we'll begin with Director Waite.
Yes, we're happy to have, and I apologize, Matt, I didn't catch your last name. Matt Kenner here, who is the Meals on Wheels director, and he'll be just telling you a little bit about their operations. Some of you may know we host them at the community center, so we're just excited to give you an opportunity to hear about that relationship and the great work that they do in our community. And with that, if this will pop up, I will turn it over to Matt. Brian, sorry. Thank you, Julie.
All right. Thank you so much for having me here today. I did want to extend a sincere apologies. My executive director, Brandy Hickey, was actually the one supposed to be coming to present, but she became ill. But she did send her sincere apologies. And so Mid-Columbia Meals on Wheels is part of a greater organization formerly called Senior Life Resources, and now called Generational Care. I'll kind of touch base on each of those little programs as I go through. I say little, but we do a lot of great work throughout the areas. So this kind of gives you a quick look at where we just went through the rebrand. And so our parent company did change from Senior Life Resources to Generational Care. And you can kind of see our logos were a little bit scattered and all over the place. So we really wanted to create some unity in what we were presenting. And we felt that Generational Care also spoke to really what all we did in a whole, because we are senior focused, but we're not senior exclusive. And so we definitely needed a name to reflect that. So about Mid-Columbia Meals, which is the program I'm the director for. I've been with the organization for 10 years now. I'm the director for the past year. I started as our food services manager and helped open our central kitchen, which is also in Richland, over off of Fowler Street. This is our 2024 end-of-year numbers. We're finalizing all of our 2025 data, but we did see about a 3% growth in all of these numbers across the board. So we're hitting close to about 300,000 meals served in in Franklin County this year, which was, pretty amazing for us. We're very excited about that. And so what we do is we have 7 different dining centers all throughout Benton and Franklin County, 2 of them being in Richland, one here at the Richland Community Center, where we host a congregate dining site where people can come in and dine together, have those socialization opportunities, as well as getting that nutritional support. And then at our Fowler Street Cafe with our central kitchen, that's where all of our meals are produced. We have a team of cooks that work with volunteers. Everything's made from scratch, fresh daily. We also produce all of our own low-sodium frozen meals that we can provide. And all of those meals are under the guidance of a registered dietitian, so they all meet 1/3 of the recommended daily allowance. And so it's just treating their nutrition as a whole, but we like to say that just kind of gets us in the door, and then our program can really take off. We have a pet pantry because we found that not most, but a lot of our clients were not eating their meals, they were feeding them to their pets because those were their only companions. And so now we have a full pet pantry program, and we just got a grant actually not that long ago, so we're actually helping with veterinary assistance and grooming and things like that, which has just been amazing. We also have a Phone Buddies program, and so that's weekly or sometimes even daily for some of the clients. It kind of depends on what they wish. It's phone calls from volunteers, just having friendly conversation, really combating that isolation that a lot of the people that we serve face. The majority of our meals are delivered to residents. It's kind of hard to do it and to summarize it all in such a brief time, and I want to speak to the other programs as well, but we had about 41,000 volunteer hours of service. This community is amazing. Without each of them, we couldn't do this, and so every single one of our meals is delivered by a volunteer in their own car, and driven all throughout Benton and Franklin County from Prosser to Connell. That's as far as we serve. We have a little bit over 2,500 clients, and again, that is growing. The aging population is definitely rising, especially here in Benton and Franklin County. We're not even scratching the surface for those. I mean, I think there's about 80 to 90,000 seniors in the area alone. We're really trying to help get that word out there because it's a completely free program. There is no charge for any of our services. The only eligibility is to basically be over the age of 60. For our homebound people, they do have to be predominantly homebound and lacking that support system, so they can't, cook for themselves and help themselves out as much. And then I'll talk a little about our home care services. So that does expand beyond just Benton and Franklin County. They're actually in 9 different counties, all the way, Walla Walla and Yakima, and that's in-home support. But you look at the total number of hours that they gave to care to people in our home, nearly 1 million hours were served by our home care providers, and they do amazing work as well. And we actually have some crossover between the programs, so where some of those caregivers are caring for some of our Meals on Wheels participants, and so we try to definitely, if we see a need, we try to fill it, no matter which program is needing to do that. Our most recent addition to our programs is Healthy Ages. This was a program that was formerly ran by Catholic, and they had to sunset that program at the end of the year last year, and so thankfully we were able to take this one over. They host all the mall walkers, they do Medicare classes, they help with the open enrollments, end of life seminars, caregiving conferences, and that again is all free. There's no charge for any of these services. We do ask for donations, but nobody's ever required to make a donation to receive our services. We keep it all confidential, so that way they don't feel that pressure. But we felt like with all of these programs together, we touch more than just seniors. So that really spoke to us that we needed to get away from our name of Senior Life Resources. And so we feel that generational care just does that beautifully. It honors the legacy before us of all those that helped build our program, the foundations. It speaks to all the different aspects of the families that we touch, because the people that we're caring for, they have grandkids, they have parents, or not parents, I'm sorry, they are parents. It just touches every different walk of life, especially then you look at our volunteers. We just partnered with Richland School District actually as part of their work-based learning program. And we have 2 students, one in our kitchen and one serving in our cafe, that are on the spectrum, but it's helping them learn those work-based skills. And so it also helps to bridge that generational gap. Let me see. And so this was a little bit more in-depth look on why exactly we felt it. But again, on a home care services side, they all the way from 2 to they have clients that are in there over 100. With Meals on Wheels, typically we are serving seniors, but we do have some under 60 funds. It's just not a lot, so we don't really advertise it a lot. But we do help those that are under the age of 60 as well, and we are exploring avenues to help get additional support to do that. And then again, honoring that legacy, those that came before us, those that are here now, and those that are going to be doing what we do in the future. Is there any questions that I could answer?
Can you tell us a little bit about the connection you have with the community center and the city of Richland itself?
Yes, absolutely. So we've been hosting a dining site right out of the Howard Ammon Community Center. I know for at least the 10 years that I've been with the organization, but I know we were founded in 1974, and I feel like that was one of the first sites that opened. And so out of that site, 5 days a week, we're having in-person dining where we're serving a hot meal to anyone that comes in that's over the age of 60, regardless of their ability to donate or not. And then we also, I want to say, have 15 different delivery routes that are being distributed from that building every single day, Monday through Friday, delivering those meals to the people's homes. And we have a great partnership with the city. We're actually getting ready to launch a partnership with the ARC, where they're going to be bringing some of their participants to have lunch with our participants and start, helping to bridge that generational gap as well. And we're really excited for that partnership to start here in February.
So what's your strategy approach for getting the word out to people? Is it word of mouth? I mean, when I think about people in need for food, I think of the food bank. And, I don't go directly to Meals on Wheels, but it's starting to become more known out there. But do you have a communication strategy for outreach?
Yeah, actually, it's something that we've been developing in the last few years. We just got a marketing department, so we're starting to be more well-known on the social medias. We're always trying to do presentations. We have great partnerships with the food banks, actually, especially with Second Harvest. We go pick up from them actually weekly. So we're always getting our program information out there with whatever that's pamphlets, brochures. We're always at the senior expos. We're doing things with high schools and younger schools as well. Because if we can find an opportunity to help spread the word about our program, that's what we're doing.
Any other commissioner comments or questions?
Well, I'll just say, as the dietitian of the Meals on Wheels program, I can vouch for the amazing work that they do. And I've only been with the organization for about 5 years, but the employees that Generational Care has, wow, I've never seen such dedicated employees. They're really dedicated to the mission, as are the volunteers. So I know, because I also work for CADLEC, we do refer patients occasionally, so that is one way, that word gets out to some patients, but or some clients, but yeah, they're doing a great job there. So yeah, thanks, Brian.
Yeah, thank you, Samantha. And that actually prompted me. So one of our big contracts is with Aging and Long-Term Care. That's where we get a partial bit of our funding coming through the Older Americans Act. And so we get constant referrals from their case managers and their caregivers and things like that for our services as well. And then we're in all the local resource books. We are starting to get ads going out there. We're featured in the Senior Times. Our menu's featured in that every single month. And so, those are a little bit more areas that we are advertising in.
Commissioner Watchus.
I just wanted to say I've been volunteering with Meals on Wheels delivering for about 2 years, and the level of care and professionalism demonstrated by everyone affiliated with the organization is just remarkable. The level of gratitude among the clientele is off the scales. It's something remarkable, and thank you for being, part of this.
Absolutely, and thank you for volunteering. Again, without our volunteers, we could not even come close to being able to help as many people. We have a little bit over 500, but it's still a constant demand for more as we grow. And that was another thing. We would absolutely love to have all of you over for a tour of our facility over there off Fowler Street in Richland. You can see our central kitchen, see our main campus, the administration, and it really kind of helps to paint that picture of exactly just the depth of our organization.
Okay, Commissioner Bill, did you have something else?
Yeah, you mentioned one of the funding sources. Could you quickly outline what is the collection of funding sources that you have? I'm just intrigued by
No, absolutely.
all the financial sustainability.
Yeah, that's an excellent
going.
question. With here recently, there's been a lot of the national organization kind of on the news talking about the funding and things like that. And so we roughly get a little under 30% of our funding through the Older Americans Act, which filters down through the local areas council on aging's. And then the rest of it is grants, donations. We have like 3 big fundraisers that we do. One of them is Oktoberfest in October. The community donations. Again, this is just an amazing community. It's the amount of volunteer support that we can get, and then the donations. It's humbling at times. We have a very, very driven board of directors as well. We're one of the few programs nationally actually that doesn't have a wait list. But yeah, it's any grant that we can get, we're applying for it, whether that's locally, federally, nationally. We're a CDBG recipient. Actually, we apply for that every year. It's just, and then the in-kind donations. We those volunteer hours, those are counted as part of the funding source because the labor hours that need to go into it. In total, it's about a $3 million operations for our program. The food cost of that alone is nearly $1 million, and that's not including the labor hours that goes into producing it. But it's those volunteer hours, those community donations, the community partnerships. It just all adds up, and we're dedicated. That it's basically almost every day we're looking around to find a new grant to apply for. But it's so far we've been very fortunate with that.
So it runs federal program, grants, and donations. 3 biggies.
Yeah.
Very impressive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other commissioners? No? Brian, thank you. I think your presentation also brings in that, I think, what intergenerational component, or however you described it. I'm sorry.
No, you're
but it's nice to hear, to learn about, and I've known the resources there, but it's really helpful to get more context. So really appreciate the work that you're doing. And I wrote a note about the tour, so hopefully that'd be great.
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you all again for having me here. I really appreciate allowing me the opportunity to present.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioners, so if you look at our agenda, this is one of those shifts where things look a little different. So the next piece would be public comment normally, but it appears we do not have public with us this evening. So at 6:18, we will close public comment, which brings us to the approval of our minutes for the December 11th, 2025 meeting and special workshop. So if you want to take a moment, kind of look through our minutes, verify that they're correct. And if so, or if they're not, we can make a change, but we'll entertain a motion to approve those.
I move to approve the minutes for the December 11th, 2025 Parks and Recreation Commission meeting and special workshop.
Second.
Okay, a motion from Commissioner Mason with a second from Commissioner Thompson. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you. And that brings us to a council liaison report, but we do not have council liaison yet. So that brings us straight to Ms. Julie Piper for recreation report.
Should I take 20 minutes, or do we want to make a record meeting like that. I'm just kidding. I want to echo your thanks to Brian. Brian, thanks for being here and filling in for Brandy. I've asked for a number of years and said, hey, Meals on Wheels, Senior Life Resources, please come do a presentation. They have done some amazing work in the past few years, switching some structure, growing their team, expanding their services, and also expanding their ability to seek that funding. They also get CDBG funding from the different cities and other resources. So I think, there's a wide portfolio of options for them too, but they're supported through the cities and really valued, and their story isn't told enough. And this was an opportunity to get them in front of yourselves to help share that story. And also lots of folks watch the Parks Commission meetings. It's riveting. So we know that they get a lot of views, and I wanted to get that out there for them. So thank you. Hopefully we can make this an annual thing, and it can also seek other user groups and organizations that use our community center and our parks to do similar presentations, just to share information with all of you so you can get to know really what's going on, because there is a lot going on. So thank you again. Speaking of a lot going on, we've recovered from Winter Wonderland. I want to give a huge shout out to the police department for parking a police vehicle in the park, which deterred quite a bit of vandalism. So much so that I think the day after it left, we saw some vandalism in the park, and I was like, maybe a couple more weeks next year. So live and learn, prep for next year, and even the day before, maybe months before Winter Wonderland kicks off. So after vandalism, first round the part.
Island causing removal of there to say and actually finish as an time camera and kind of pressure. I'm going to be play we were not the shop this just using brain of for as we see some for yesterday. Another thing I want to mention, we did our and that's all things. Just be also some parts some business as well. Keep in mind is have access to the vision region that city can do I'm going to have so I don't think it has been as like getting the show and our survey just really policy and month not we had to export that's to be moved to so we think part and review much special and we should be able to be more bold and bold we should not we have all in and so review what about there we stay on in some number 2 our review we will to compare for number of we under the risk of willing to ship this plan for the action so we mean this are just like things how they want to use so it's not to some increasing the content and let's see how that's up on the second and we did have to be also this is the because we also change to evolve and share with the number of some highlight very much recommendation to see down I'm really on there for that course of the final